Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone, to StevieMillPlays. We are coming at you with episode 6, The Scholars of Shimmerset Lake. I'm Stevie Mill. We've got 3 with a +1 on his way, and if you guys want to go ahead and introduce your characters, and you guys want to go over your plans before everything starts.
So we.
I'll need a refresher, to be quite frank.
Are you ready to kill these people?
The sorcerers? Yes, indeed.
So,
do we need a plan?
So we can do what? You want me to do a refresher for what happened at the end of the last episode?
You know you like being a showman. Go for it.
Last time.
Yeah. Previously.
So the group had diverged and broken off at the beginning of the last episode. 2 of them exploring across the plains, while the other 2 went back to navigate the dungeon that they had made their way through the first time. After everything was said and done, loot what you could loot, and then from there had met up with the first group, who had made a deal with a caravan that they had met and bought and traded from and made some deals with, borrowed some horses to come back and pick you up. And so now, with the horses trotting away, find yourselves... Oh, and...
Welcome back!
Welcome.
Need to scoot over for you. I'm gonna invade some of your space.
We have our...
I brought y'all some chicken.
Bro.
Really? For us? Oh my god, it's so heavy.
You might want to take the camera and tilt it ever so slightly.
There's like 12 pieces in there.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like,
Holy. I'm gonna wait until the minute
That's
break.
right here.
hot sauce and honey in here if you want any.
Oh snap.
Oh, I'm going to use this for your guy.
That's all.
Nice. So instead of the 3 of you riding on horseback, here's the 4 of you on 2 horses, headed away from the dungeon that you had just explored, and on ahead to catch up with the caravan to return the horses. But now instead of the 2 of you, it's all 4 of you that are headed in that direction. Past that, of course, your destination is Shimmerset Lake, where there's supposed to be an academy there, scholars who are supposed to try to give you some direction. Oh, no, thank you. I just ate.
Earlier we were talking about killing the caravan and taking their stuff.
Do we meet back up with them?
We're about to.
You're en route.
No,
You're on horseback, so you'll be there in several minutes.
I mean,
Let's
it'll
get 'em.
be easier to take them all out together. I mean, it's not like they got any adventures.
If we can't kill them, we
need
can
to
just
worry
run
about.
away.
Yeah.
They're not very
I mean,
top
honestly,
of the line.
we probably could have
salespeople.
handled both of them ourselves. But I also feel like with all 4 of us here, we could,
Let's do it.
take over their whole business. Be like, yeah, you're our caravan now.
Let's do it.
Hostile takeover.
Let's go for it. We deserve it.
We could try a docile takeover, and that doesn't work immediately. Hostile takeover.
Okay, so the plan now has a plan A and a plan B.
We're gonna be like, yeah, you guys just gotta come with us now and do what we say.
Yeah, it's either us or somebody more powerful and less morals.
Yeah.
We barely got morals to begin with.
It's our way. Or no way.
Yeah.
Okay, so dead set on your plan. Horses trot at their galloping pace across the grassing plain for 5 or 6 minutes until up ahead you can see the caravan on its slow path around a long bending turn of road.
I'll start playing the approach.
Beautiful.
No malice or nothing. I'm just playing it to play, to practice. Just set the mood.
That's right.
It's a D8.
Ooh, a 1.
Mm.
So on the one you went to play the first note of it. The horse jumped, of course, and you went. It just let off a loud squealing sound instead. No, if the people in the caravan hadn't been alerted to your approach, I would say they're definitely apprised, and it only takes you a few more moments after that before you could either be running up alongside of it, or do you want to come up from behind it or around in the front of it? How will you approach?
So let's run up in front of them and get them to stop. And from there we'll dismount. Hopefully they'll dismount and we can begin a dialogue. And at that point, they're off their horses. We're off our horses. We can just kill them and
Yeah, just kind of take them.
Yeah.
let's not have too elaborate of a plan.
Hmm.
Just get them. Maybe not kill everybody if they don't want to be killed, but
Gotta be ready for it.
yeah.
Okay.
If like the old people just want to help us and just don't kill us, we'll help you. Then
Mm.
maybe we can have them, do the basic crap of the shop.
Yeah.
Maybe even get paid.
Wow, it's like that. And maybe
They do have money since they
Maybe
are
like
paying that.
pirates. We gotta treat them equal, so they'll want to join us.
Yeah. Now there's an idea. We could just not kill them, but steal them.
That
You know what I mean? Try to turn them onto our side.
too.
The only person we really need to kill, worst come to worst, is that adventurer since he killed that Drakey.
Yeah, we'll kill
Yeah,
that
for
guy.
sure.
We're killing that guy
yeah.
no matter what. Yeah, for certain that guy has to die.
this elaborate plan that they're
We'll
hatching
kill him
already.
first to make an example to the others
Gladly.
that we mean business. But we're also not monsters.
I say he did.
Here you go. Oh, where you want that?
All right. Fair enough. So,
We'll get that guy to dismount. We'll get him to walk up.
hitching the horses again, they surge ahead.
I'll give the signal when we
Dust
start.
kicking up behind you vigorously as you come wide around the path, and then literally blocking in front of the road. The carriage has to come to a stop. You do see 2 people on the carriage, and of course, you already know that standing out in front of it, standing there with a pale expression on his face, is that level 2 adventurer who is, watching over their caravan. And he just kind of like, already has his hand on his sword like this as the 2 horses draw up and the 4 of you dismount. Yes?
Yep.
No? Okay. Horses. 4 of you. Carriage. Squaring off.
Alright.
So, first thing that you notice is that, a couple of people then come around the side. You see that elderly woman who appeared to be the matriarch of the caravan. Her husband kind of shuffling along behind her. And even behind them, those other 2 shopkeepers, the brothers that you had met before. They're just kind of walking behind them too. The younger, shorter one, standing in front of the larger one, is there. All 4 of them come around, looking out of breath, as if they've just been kind of running or trotting to get up there. The elderly woman kind of shuffles forward and says, "What is the meaning of this? What is going on here?"
Oh, I told the old lady that we wanted to thank her kindly for her services and allowing us to use her horses to help our friends catch up to us. And we wanted to kind of talk up a business deal if it was possible.
A business deal. Please let us pass. We are already so far behind.
Oh, that's the deal. You get rid of your venture, and you give us your goods. You pass.
Nice. So,
Or we kill your horses and leave you alone.
is this everyone is agreeing on the endeavor? So everyone roll a 1d6. Pseudo intimidation, a 1, a 4,
Shoot.
You should
a
have
2.
flared up your wings a little bit.
Yeah.
Help us, Levi.
Sprinkles the intimidator.
Sprinkles the.
Piss at him.
Look, yeah, here's a trick. Look. A 4. Well, 2 4s, and with you two in the front, we'll say, with you two standing behind. You've already got your kind of chest puffed out, right? Hands on your weapons, anyways, because of what you had talked about when you had agreed to kind of pull up on this caravan. So you were kind of already kind of ready. And as soon as he makes his sort of the proposal, the slime does, the adventurer immediately starts cussing loudly. He's like, "There's no way the slime is gonna get the best of me today." He draws his sword out and he says, "You and me right now."
Whoa.
Whoa. Everyone back up. Me and the adventurer have to settle this ourselves.
Already backed up.
By y'all backing up, I need y'all to make sure they don't try to get
Can I
away.
use my prowl
Y'all should get
skill
on the
to
other side of the,
hide?
thing.
In my concealment cloak?
You would still have to roll a 6 on it because you're out on the road, grassy plains behind you, not a tree or a rock in sight, really.
On the prowl?
Also, keep an arrow ready.
I'd roll a
We
d8 for
ain't
the prowl.
playing fair.
what do you-
I was thinking that.
I roll a
yeah.
d8 for the prowl usually.
Oh, then never mind. That means you have to roll the 8. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You had to hit the 8.
Alright.
In order to go from backing up as they square off against each other to just not really being.
And then I also wanted to use my command or concealment cloak as well.
Where I have backed away and taken some distance, I would like to have my bow not aimed, but just ready to pop a shot off at the adventurer.
Wow, right in plain sight, right? You're just gonna
Just to have it ready, just kind of brandishing it, letting them know it's there and I'm
Who's that?
ready with it.
a 3.
Those other 2 shopkeepers know what you're capable of, so you should probably watch them too.
Yeah.
Well, you attempt to hide, but you just end up standing behind Irving Lake.
Okay.
And as you and this adventurer square off against each other,
Alright.
he says, "You know what? I don't think I've ever properly introduced myself."
I don't think I properly
Skip
carried
dialogue.
adventure.
Go ahead. You have the higher speed.
I'm gonna use Zap
Light him up. So
on the caravan.
gonna hit. You want to hit the. At this range, you probably could hit the front of it, maybe on the max end. 10, 20. Yeah, it's about 25 feet behind you. So, yeah, at the highest edge of the dice roll, you may be able to get out that far.
Oh damn. Well, we taking chances.
Oh no.
We falling out of towers too.
A 1.
Hate to see it.
So, as he's already coming at you, as if he's gonna swing, you shuffling back just half a bit, let out a zzz in front of you. He reactively, as if expecting it this time, with a 2, hops just back out of the way zzz, as it lands in front of him, dangling the sword out in front of him like this. He goes, "Oh, I was ready for that this time, pal." Lunging in, he's gonna launch a strike with a 6. Roll to evade. A 3. So let me roll a bonus. A 1, but no bonus.
Woo.
Slimy, just say the word.
But he does land a right, dealing 2 damage. Your whole body flickers from it like this. And he's like, tell all your friends to get out of here before I really start to get mad.
We
Hey,
ain't going
friends, you
nowhere.
should shoot at him while he's still mad. Just
I'll
to
take a
further
shot.
irritate him.
I would like to take a shot at his face.
Yeah, I had my bow out.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, this honorable one-on-one duel is suddenly being interrupted by a hail of arrows.
One-on-one? I thought you said fun on fun.
We really do need to
Welcome
get team
back,
skill
welcome back,
away.
everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
volley or something. Alright, yeah, we're both gonna
Yeah,
shoot at
we're
him.
both gonna shoot at him with our arrows.
They intercepted the caravan, and the lone adventurer out in front challenged him. And as soon as you taste the bitter taste of blood in your mouth, you just yell, "Hail arrows on this bastard!" A 4, a 5.
Nice.
It's time for you to go home and be a family man adventurer.
He ain't going home. I'll go.
Oh no!
A 6.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Oh man, what an adventure! So, you didn't fire the arrows at the same time. It was a one, then the other, in a boom, boom like this. He just happened to, as he was swinging his sword around to reel back for another strike at you, just managed to bring it right in where the arrows were about to strike. Ting, ting, clearing them away. Was he doing it on purpose? Because he was reeling back, looking at you as if he was going to attack you. It was either an incredible stroke of luck or
He's an air snap on you.
you're not sure what happened.
That's
Oh,
what I was
yeah,
about to
yeah.
say.
But now he's reeling back over to strike at you again with a 4. Roll to evade.
You got this.
A 5.
Yes.
So as you strafe left and just, shrink your body down a little bit, the sword strike goes clean over. And even as he's turning around, your turn is starting.
Alright. I'm gonna use hurt against him.
Oh, what a move.
With an exclamation.
A 5. So it's a magical attack where he chants the slime dialogue word for hurt, and as he's turning around, he really was caught unawares. The spell hits him all along his broadside of his body, and wounds, cuts, look big, and just start opening up, weeping blood, as if invisible hands were cutting at that section of his body. He lets out a shriek, right? Flipping the sword over to his hand and twisting his body around and almost instinctively holding it out in front of you as he's now cradling his injured midsection and his side back here, sort of shuffling back up against where the carriage is at. Let's see if they roll to do anything about it. 5. Well, she's going to try to yell at him. To shout some kind of word of encouragement or something. I don't know if it really worked or if he heard it, but it's your turn again as he's like backing up, and the horses are right here. I'll say these are the horses, so he's backing
Our
up
arrows.
to where the horses now are kind of like getting a little spooked that he's edging closer. Wow, that's not too loud, is it? The audio's not too loud.
I'm gonna use zap directly on him this time again. Or instead of just at the carriage, since he's so close to it, I'm gonna do it directly on him.
Nice. Light him up.
I'm not sure it's oh, it's a D6.
A
No.
6.
Oh.
Roll it again.
Roll it.
I don't see him getting out of this unless he hits a 6. He hits a 6.
Oh wow!
No. Roll it again. What?
So the zap hits him directly, right, and right from the top of his head down to his feet, his body suddenly arcs up as he takes the full jolt of the electricity, even to where some of it dances off his fingers and arcs off around his legs as he visibly, like his hair standing on end. He drops his weapon as smoke just starts drifting off the top of his body, off of his shoulders. You hear a hissing sound, and his face now it looks red and as if he can't breathe for a moment. He just,
I point out into the field away from all of us, and I tell him to leave.
No, let's kill him.
so he
I'll show you more mercy than you showed my friend.
So he was going to turn to maybe try to get away, but he only takes half a shuffling step and then falls over into the dirt of the trail, face down. Like,
You electrified.
Can I run up and stab him?
Okay, roll d6.
Make sure he's dead.
Dang, I thought we were just playing to be evil.
No,
You
this-
really Levi? What's
This is
going
an
on?
intimidation tactic.
What's going on?
4.
Levi, I'm intimidated.
4, yeah. And even watching all up to this point, you just kind of walk up casually to where he fell down, face down in the dirt, and just kneel down and just chunk in between his shoulder blades. Pulling it back up, you neatly wipe the blade off on his shirt and tuck it away.
Can I loot his body?
Yes. Roll.
I'm just gonna loot him right in front of him.
All right. You with a 4,
Fours all day.
you take a moment and then another long moment to dig through his pockets and check his person for any trinkets and jewelry and money. Eyeing the woman and that old man over there while you're doing it.
Directly in the eye, too.
That's right.
Okay, so that's what a move. So he did have about 85 mil,
I'll take that.
and he did have his short sword that was lying next to him. He had a small knife. He had 3 healing herbs.
Hold on. You said he had a knife.
He had a bunch of loot.
You
Yeah,
said
he had a what did I say? A small knife.
Alright. What else was it?
3 healing herbs.
Alright.
A cape and his leather armor. I mean, if you're taking all his stuff, are you taking all his stuff?
Yes. He's gonna be naked.
Do you want his boots?
Yes. Taking his shoes.
What
So
size
3
are
healing
those?
herbs.
Oh boy, my size.
3 healing herbs. You said.
Yeah, and he had a necklace. You want his necklace?
Yes.
May I use the big heavy rock to cave his head in?
Wow. I mean,
Can I go try and untie the horses from the carriages?
oh dang. Well, with a 2, you missed his head, but you still hit him with it. It's not pretty. He was already.
That was for Drakey.
Wait,
Burn in
wait.
hell, you piece of shit.
You mean he's not going to be adventuring anytime soon?
No.
Or ever again?
His adventuring days are over.
Good.
We're getting dark.
It's the best thing for him.
He deserved it.
I want to do it.
After what he did to Drakey, he deserved
I'm gonna
it.
address.
And he didn't even help the caravan get it out of the hole?
I want to address the matriarch.
So, yeah, you finished looting the guy, so he's literally down to just his under things and his socks. And that's it, right? Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I want his socks.
You take a skin.
I mean, you can take his bones and sell those.
I don't want his. I don't want
I
that.
can't wear his socks. I don't want his socks.
Alright.
Can I just take the socks and throw it on what's left of his head? Be like, boom.
Of course, you can stand over there and you can curb stomp him and you can waffle kick him and you can, I don't know, you can do whatever you want.
While he's doing that in the background, I want to address the matriarch.
He's just back there.
So walking up, she does take a step back a little bit, like this, cautiously, as the 4 of them, look all pale-faced and afraid at the 4 of you and your savagery.
I walk up with him and drink an AP potion in front of him.
Alright, I want to look at her and say, violence is uncivilized, but we are not uncivilized. I suggest you come with us, and this should be our caravan now.
Roll a d6.
Alright.
Ma'am, no more blood.
Then I want to do like
Still.
a low cat growl.
Does a spin-a-rooney on 5. Very nice. I hit a 1 and a 3. So, behind her, the small shopkeeper, the younger of the brothers, you can already hear him behind her just go like, "They seem like nice folks. Maybe we should listen to their request. I like my head on my shoulders." And
The young one seems intelligent.
They seem like nice folks, and I'm just kicking his dead body.
so then, again, the old matriarch of the caravan is just going to cross her shoulders and say, "Oh, I've seen kind like you before. It's like you want to just come in and take over, and then you just leave, and there's no one left but the dead bodies."
You could be one of those dead bodies too. You know that.
She says, "And you can kill me if you must, but
Do not wish to.
But you don't know where you'll get the supplies from, contacts and places and people. I don't know what you.
That can all be learned. You cannot be replaced.
We could also learn your contacts.
She's just kind of standing there with her.
Sure,
arms,
there's a ledger in
She's
there.
standing there with her arms crossed, just kind of defeated looking, kind of looking at you.
Don't think of this as the end. Think of it as a new beginning.
Think of it as a business opportunity.
Think about the
Think
mill.
of it as you should have never hired that adventurer who killed my friend.
Yeah, really, that was where you messed up.
That really is,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was like the only problem.
I have to,
And you didn't even fully offer us help even after we got your caravan out. You were just like, yeah, you can get your friends and bring them back.
Quite frankly, ma'am, you don't appreciate us as much as you should. In my opinion.
We can take this business huge.
No more blood needs to be spilled, but this caravan looks like a couple easy kills.
Yeah, with us, you'll be much better protected. You'll make much better coin. And your lives will change.
And
For the better.
spoiler alert, we weren't gonna kill you. We just really hated that adventure.
Yeah.
We didn't want to kill you.
But it's also we could.
planned around it.
Everyone had something to say in it, so everybody roll 1 more d6.
It was perfectly understandable that we would have to kill you if it was necessary.
We just want you to know you're an option.
We're taking these caravans.
Squire, welcome back. A 6,
Oh, nice.
so I finally
Let's
cracked
go.
a 6.
Let me-
A 1, a 1, a 5, and a 6.
Let me roll this. Alright, I gotta run downstairs to the freezer.
Oh
Give me
man, can someone bring that adventurer back to life? I had a joke for him. I was gonna say,
I'm gonna do his intimidation speech without him here.
I wanted to tell him Tuesday.
You'll have to
You
come
know?
back and watch the stream later. The Khajiit leans
Take
in
the
and
best.
one claw pokes out of his finger like this, and he kind of just wiggles it at the old lady.
Thank you.
And he says, "We could just kill you, and we could continue along in the caravan, and everyone who approaches us, we could kill them too. People that you know, people that you care about."
Joke's on you, I ain't seen him ever.
But she's just, and again, as he's standing there trying his best to intimidate them into kind of just going along with it, the two shopkeepers back here are whispering amongst themselves. They both hit 5s. So the smaller one pushes in between the two, the old woman and the old man, and steps up in front of you and says, "Look, we've been looking to break away. Just take us with you. Take us with you. We're the best shopkeepers on the continent. Take us with you. Said, leave the old fool behind."
But the old fool is the one with the contacts. So old fool, are they the best shopkeepers around?
She's not saying anything, arms crossed defiantly. He waves his hand back at her and says, "That old crone. We know just as many people as she does."
But you are shopkeepers by trade, though.
He says, "Oh yes, I'm 18th level, and my brother back there is 17." He says, "I'm only a little bit away. Shut your mouth."
High level shopkeepers. That would be great to have on the party.
I don't know. That one old lady is bickering less than those two young shopkeepers.
Well,
They could be in over her head. Plus,
Well,
the
I
old
mean,
lady is at least guaranteed
Regardless,
to...
we can make it what we want it to make it.
Well, two of them have stepped forward as shopkeepers.
Oh, the microphone is quiet? You're saying the microphone is quiet.
It's dimmed.
How about now? Does it sound any better now?
Is
Can
that
you hear me
better?
now?
can you hear me now?
Can you get everybody?
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome to the back.
Just keep saying it.
So what happened when you were away is you intimidated her even further, and she was about to cave in when the two brothers came up in between them and said that they wanted to break away anyways and to just take them and their horses and their carriages. Then they were asking if their contacts were good and if their street cred was right, and they were saying that they were there were 18th level and 17th level shopkeepers.
All the carts here today are going with us. So I don't care who does what, but all of these, no one's going on their own separate way. They're either coming with us or they're not. Or you're walking out of here, but you're not riding anything.
Or you could be like that guy on the ground and crawl out of here. I mean, wait. Oh yeah, he's not going
Well,
anywhere.
as soon as you say that, the old woman is gonna, take the old man by the arm, and she's gonna kind of shuffle him away, like they're going somewhere.
Follow.
She's gonna reach up and she's gonna just leave a call out, a whisper or something up to the two other people that were navigating the horse carts, and they're just both gonna, as they stand up, they're gonna pop off on this side and turn around and head back further back in the caravan. Do you follow?
I'll follow them back there.
So I'm going to make sure they're doing everything they're supposed to. I'll stay up here with these guys and start talking to the business.
I'd like to brandish my giant cleaver.
If the other people don't want to stay, they can walk away with their lives. And that's
As
it.
you walk back there with them, they went back to not the second caravan, but all the way to the back, the third one, the one that had to be repaired, the biggest one of the three. You see them reaching up, and on the other side of the wagon, you can see feet and shadows of the matriarch and her husband. Unloading things from the sides of it. It looks like backpacks and bedrolls and some of their basic.
They can take a traveler's backpack.
It must be their stuff. They're trying to just take their stuff and then leave. So it takes them a moment to get all their stuff together, and then they turn around and looking back over the wagon for a second, they just literally just walk off the road into the grass.
Wait a minute, if they leave, that means we have two wagons?
And they start taking off walking. And so then, coming back up to the front of the wagon, the matriarch and her husband come back around, and they've got travel packs and travel cloaks on, and staff, walking sticks, and things like that. Crossing over the two, she just kind of looks over the two of you and says, "Well, good luck."
Before she leaves, I give her my bottle of fairy wings as a parting gift.
Don't be nice to him now. Really? Don't feel bad.
You want to give her the bottle of fairy wings?
Don't give her that.
Yeah, I'll give her the bottle of fairy
That's
wings.
a big deal.
No, don't give her those.
Subtract it from your inventory.
Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna follow that lady and kill her and take it.
Holding it out, the old lady stops and looks down at it and says, "Oh well, I may need that on this journey. Thank you." And honestly,
start hissing.
And she leans in because of the gift. She leans in and she says, "I knew that adventure wasn't really worth a sod." Says, "I should have requested your help if I'd have seen you come along first."
I just recently became an adventurer. It wouldn't have been possible, old lady. I wish you luck in your travels.
Says, "Just well met, and perhaps we may meet again." And so yeah, they take off in this direction too, walking across the road into the grass, and then before you know it, you just see their silhouettes walking in the grass away. And you noticed that after a few minutes, not after a minute or two, you see another person or two that was maybe in the second one, kind of doing the same thing, getting out and like not really walking, but like kind of trotting or running away, leaving all three caravans completely unmanned and completely just there in the middle of the road, with the two shopkeepers over here. Again, the shorter, younger one with the hair, the bowl cut, is kind of just wringing his hands like this, kind of excitedly, and the tall one, behind him with he's bald with like just a little strip of hair behind him like this, and he's the taller of the two, a little broader shouldered, and he's just kind of scowling. He just kind of seems to have a scowl on his face all the time.
All right, to new beginnings. So there's 6 of us now and 3 carts.
Yes, there's three big semi-loaded wagons. Each of them have 2 horses that were manning them. Well, now that you can add these 2 back in, now that they're all complete, 2 horses, 2 horses, 2 horses, wagon,
6 horses, 3 wagons.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna split up those brothers.
Yeah.
One of them's gonna be in the front with me. One of them should be in the back with somebody else.
I'll stay in the middle, so
Two
Yeah,
of
the
us
two of
in
us
the
can be
middle.
in the middle.
Yeah.
that way when I play music, everyone can hear it in all directions.
Yeah.
And we can start. I guess we can check their stories and compare them later.
Oh well, everyone gets 10 experience for killing the adventurer.
Good riddance.
Fill in with
I asked the brothers if they have a shovel.
Yeah,
Or digging
amongst the basic provisionings they have there on
That
the
means you
wagons
now
are
have a
shovels.
shovel. The shovel is now yours.
I offered them 50 mil to give the adventurer a proper burial.
I'm trying to get dark.
The tall one
I want to be a sword.
spits on his body as he steps over as you guys prepare to leave, and he says, "I'm not touching that filth."
Good.
Do you have some rope? We could also just drag his body everywhere we go to send a message.
I don't know.
I mean, it's either give
It's
him part
incriminating evidence. We want to sell stuff too. We don't want to scare away customers.
That's true.
Can we look for any?
We were just trying to
identifying
intimidate
marks
these
on
guys,
the
really.
Carriages to make sure that it didn't have like a brand on it or whatnot, so that would get recognized.
An interesting idea.
Oh, they
What a
did.
good
They
question.
they
What
gave me a
mistakes?
mark last time.
Shit.
Yes.
I mean, of course, I can't.
On a one,
I
it
can't
isn't
see
that it's
anything.
a
Can somebody
failure.
look for some marks on this?
Oh yeah, it's
thing?
called the Caravan
I
mark.
can't see anything.
That's just what I
Can
read.
I take
I
a
would
knee?
like to look for marks on the thing and keep in mind I have an intelligence of 5.
Well,
Smart guy.
on a 3, it's obvious that it has etchings along the sides and walls, and even some small marks and paintings on the canvas of the wagons themselves. And yeah, emblazoned with those are that mark and insignia. I hate to say it, but it's kind of all over it. All over all of them, really. Even their carriage, which now that you brought it up and mentioned it, which means you were saying it out loud, and then you were kind of investigating. To say that they overheard you. Say that the younger brother, he really doesn't seem to care one way or the other. But the older brother, nods and actually makes a gruff in agreement, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm actually gonna wash mine off as soon as I can. Good riddance, that old hag."
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Wash
Yeah, we need to
those off.
get rid of those.
While we're talking wagons, there's that one that's bigger than the others. Let's put that one in the middle, and you can ride it, and I'll stay on top with my bow so I can look out 360.
Ride shotgun.
Yeah, from the middle.
Yeah.
So if it's a new beginning, I mean, I was gonna give these shopkeepers official proper names,
Do it.
but if you think about an RPG, when the menu comes up, you can actually like erase the letters and put your own names in. So do you guys just want to call them something? Again, about what you know about them and their mannerisms, or they just want to go with their default names?
Earl and Merle.
Earl and Earl?
Just a thought. I don't know.
No, yes, no.
Tweedle dum, tweedle stupid.
Yeah, something like that.
You said one's tall and one's short.
Yeah, the short one seems to be the more mild-mannered one. Seems to be the soft-spoken, thoughtful, kind of funny. He's the one that kind of always seems to want to shift towards making deals and going easy on people. And the tall one is the penny pincher. He's the stubborn one. He's the one that is always trying to make money, and so he's always just kind of crooning and business minded.
We can name them stock and broker.
Ooh, or one could be like crabs, and the other one could be
Plankton.
Plankton crabs.
crabs and clam.
Eugene.
We could call him short and whiny.
Short and wide. Yeah. There's some good ones here.
Interesting.
We also need to come up with a company name, especially now that we have
Yeah, we
official
do need-
people.
we do
We can
need-
have an actual company with them.
Yeah.
A name for their group.
Wait, what are the brothers' names?
The
That's
default
what we were trying
default
to-
names.
Because even if they tell us their names anyway, we could just give them nicknames.
Yeah, we could just say, okay, well now we're gonna call you this.
The younger brother's name was Stennis, and the older brother's name is Clemus.
All right. Well, I'm gonna call him Sting and Cling.
Sting and Cling.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's cool.
So he just pointed and said, "Hey, I'm calling you Sting, and I'm calling you Cling." And so
I'm gonna do the same.
Yeah.
and so you want to call. Well, then Kling would be the taller one of the two, right? And Sting would be the short, good mannered one.
Makes sense.
Nice. He holds up his hand in a victory and goes, "I got the good name." So Sting and Kling will work with you at first to like help with the wagons, but as soon as you and it's interesting about this duo, they are level 17 and level 18 shopkeepers, but as soon as you get them any distance away from each other, they automatically start to become both agitated. As you guys are riding in tandems in the wagons, as it starts to take off along the trail, there's that moment where you feel that bump, and you're like, "Let's go."
We didn't run over the dead body.
Got him one more time.
Double tap.
It begins to kind of begin its emotion again. And there's one brother in the second wagon, and say Kling is in the second one, and Sting is in the first one, and they're both just like, why'd you have to put us so far apart from each other? And it's like,
we need to talk a little bit before you'll go back to your brother. Don't worry.
It's one of those things where like they're more effective when they're closer to each other. It's really like they're even distracted and they're fidgety and like they can't really see.
They can see each other.
No, they
one
can't.
is the head of one wagon,
Yeah,
and one is
one's
in
in
the
the
They
middle.
can't
back.
see over the other wagon to see each other.
No, one's in the middle. The biggest wagon's in the middle. Remember?
Well, still gonna talk business.
So one thing that the younger brother recommends, because after the first like 20 minutes of this, it's getting to the point to where it's annoying and it's irritating because neither of them will stop talking about it. So the younger one is like, "Oh well, you could hire workers and just find the right people and they could help us out and they wouldn't charge a lot of money." And he's just like going on that bit of a tangent, and it's already been 18 minutes in, so you're just like, "Yeah, all right, yeah, all right." And Kling is the same way. He's just like, "Oh well, I don't really like him most of the time, but he keeps me level-headed, and it's not right. We should hire some more people, and wouldn't really." And again, because they're
How many more people?
it is
Probably like 4.
that would be up to you. It is 3.
I mean, what does he recommend? Like, what jobs? He should know the jobs that need to be done. He should have the insight. Into
Yeah,
this
since he's the one that also has as many connections
level.
with the
They're
matriarch.
both managers now.
Well, you
Say
can't
that.
really. I wouldn't. You can roll to ask them questions right now, but because they're so disjointed, you may not get the answer you want.
Oh
We
my
should wait
God.
until we get to our destination and ask him. We can get the information later.
We could leave one person on the front and back wagon and have 4 people in the middle.
I think we can tolerate it.
Okay.
If we change it up too much, then we won't ever reach our destination.
I don't know. You don't have to change it one more time.
I mean,
We
could
can have
also-
a complete discussion this way. Because I mean, other than like attacking, or we're just gonna fast travel to our next unless like some event occurs, I guess. Do you want to try it?
No.
Okay.
It was also your idea to have them split up in the first place. So.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that they had like some weird bond.
We'll adapt or
They
kill them.
bickered a lot. I didn't know.
Those are the options. We adapt or kill them.
What do you guys think?
No, I agree with. Yeah, we should just
Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so
We won't really figure it out until we get to like an area where we can get more workers anyway.
And so this caravan is going to go on for another hour or so, to where again each of the brothers droning on obsessively is kind of faded back into your back of your mind a little bit, to where you're just not even really thinking about it. Trying your best to tune it out.
I'll play a tavern ditty while we're going.
Oh, go ahead and play it too.
And may I meditate?
Sure.
Something. Actually, I'll take that back. I'll play Pulsing Overture. No. Yeah, it's the Ultra Instinct music.
Can I try to pickpocket? Can I try to pickpocket the young guy next to me?
He's in your team.
It's technically your stuff already.
He's on your team.
Yeah, you're right.
This is for the meditation.
Yeah.
Want to be evil?
So you start again drowning out the sound of them kind of talking. You start playing it as loud as you can, and you again and you're able to focus on the sound of the wheels rolling and the grass wafting off with the wind and behind you, and sound of the birds in the air. You try to focus on anything else as you try to expand your consciousness and drift your mind away from the moment in the present. And again, another maybe 10 or 15 minutes go by. For you, it's in mere moments of quiet contemplation. Something just snapped into your mind all of a sudden. You're heading east. You've been heading east this whole time. Shimmerset Lake is north, so this path should go north eventually, right? But you're not really sure. As it snaps you out of your meditation, you're like, oh, we're not really sure. So we'll go east on for a while, but you then have to wonder if you're going to overshoot the lake if you go too far. The road doesn't turn north at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And the caravan's been going east for, now it's been like over an hour.
Good.
But the Castle Hemlow was to the west of us, right? Or was it south?
It was south and north, because you had to go north from the dungeon as you come out of that tunnel to get to the road, and it was north past it to get to the lake.
Okay.
And the road had been heading straight east. So when you'd taken over the caravan and picked up on its due course, it was heading straight east.
Well, you're leading. You could just force us to go north.
I'm gonna ask the guy if he knows if there's a crossroads up here.
So do you still have them separated?
Yeah.
Again, you won't really be able to ask them any effective questions and not get effective answers while it's like that.
Is there any road that goes north up ahead? I tried to ask him that. What does he say?
Roll d6.
I gave him that beer.
4.
Hitting fours all day.
So which one were you sitting with? Sting or Craig?
The younger one.
You're sitting with Sting?
Sting.
He's just kind of wringing his hands nervously. His face is already broken out like sweats, and he's just like, oh, north? That's not even where we're headed. We've got so long to go. You've got hours.
Is there a road up here that goes north?
He keeps kind of saying how they've just got a long way ahead of them, and that you can't believe that they're going to be separated for this amount of time, and it's just causing him a lot of stress.
Alright, whatever, never mind.
Didn't the old woman say something about from where we were, if you just keep heading, like, around the mountain, you'll find it?
She said, as soon as you leave out of the back end of the dungeon, she said to go straight north until you find it.
Okay, so she was a lot more specific. Alright.
Can we cut north then, I guess?
Yes, but you can, but then that would just be a matter of, like, taking the wagons off of the path, which means they'd be going in the grass and the heavy dirt, and so it'd be subject to any kind of damage from any kind of terrain that it encounters.
Yeah, we should only do that when we're about to rush.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I say we wait then. Yeah, let's keep heading east. Eventually, there's got to be something that goes north.
While we're still rolling, may I do another meditation, but try to focus on the two brothers to see if, like, that might possibly be a threat? It's kind of like to meditate on the sense between the two of them.
Sure, enough time is passing.
Maybe we can let the brothers do some work. If we let them get together, make them work, wash off the logo on the wagons and stuff while we're rolling along.
So on 5, you let your meditation shift to Sting and Cling. They seem like quite an eccentric duo. Were they older, younger brothers? Were they twins? Did they ever say that?
I think the bigger
Oh
one
yeah,
was
the smaller one's the older one.
King is the older one, I thought.
But they seem strangely inseparable. You would understand if they were maybe twins or copies or clones or something like that, but they're an older brother and a younger brother. Something must, what could have happened to have made them so inseparable? Who knows? But at the rate that things are going now, leaving them apart might be dangerous. You never know when one of them might start to get manic.
Oh, yeah. You know what manic people do.
Oh man, we're gonna have a Coulson in
I wasn't gonna say it,
we should
but
have made one Coulson.
Oh, we should have. Oh, that's bad.
Or name one
He
Cole
can-
and one son.
He can watch this too.
We're having a good night. We appreciate you being here. Thank you for tuning in.
Is he banned from here too?
No, he watches.
John C can come here anytime he wants. And you know what he can do when he gets here? He can roll the game.
Jerry Cole.
So, maybe we should let them get together and just like, can they work on
What?
stuff while we're rolling along?
What I was kind of thinking was maybe we could just put 3 people in one cart and 1 person in the middle cart and then 2 in the back cart. That way we could keep 1 person with both of them so that they don't try to do anything.
Well, I thought we
crazy.
needed. Do we need 2 people to control the carriages at a time? Or?
We could just have you two
I
stay
don't know.
in yours.
On the
Have-
outsides.
Have both of them come to the middle one. You can control it and play a calming tune, and I'll just hang out with them. Just try to keep them.
I think that's
chill.
good. That's a good idea. I like
Yeah.
that idea.
I like
Yeah.
that idea.
I support
Alright,
that
so
idea.
who's in the first? Who's manning the
I was
first?
in the first one.
And you're by yourself.
No, I was with.
Okay. And so now
Steve.
who's manning the second wagon?
Yeah, it'd have to be.
2 people were on the second one.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, it was us 2.
Us
on the
two?
second.
yeah. Because the second one is now the big one that was in the back, but that's now.
So then on the back 2 are Sting, Kling, and yourself.
Mm.
Okay. And you're gonna instruct them to, which is their wagon. It's the back one.
Yeah.
And then literally, and as soon as you're kind of walking with them, with Kling back there, and Sting
Wait, no,
comes around, and they see each other.
Sting Clean should be in the middle.
Yeah, they're in the middle
Oh,
one.
well, that,
He's
oh,
alone
yeah,
in the
sorry.
back.
Yeah.
As soon as they see each other, they walk up to each other right away, and like, oh, are you okay? Is everything, you know, like visibly checking each other, like for like danger, and like they're so like, you know, closely like, oh, you know, they're like, oh, I can't believe what they did that to us. It's like, oh, it's crazy.
I'm gonna play a heartwarming tune for their get together.
A 4. You try to play a sweeping sonata, a dee 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 ding ding dee dee ding ding ding. Try to play something, but as soon as the moment started, it was over, and then they're back to where, you know, whatever happened when they sort of met back up with each other. Something happened in their little internal hierarchy or whatever, and now the taller brother Kling is kind of standing in front, right? And he's like, guys, you definitely can't go around just separating us whenever you want to. He's like, it's really not healthy for either of us. It's like, really can't recommend you guys doing that. But now that we're all here set up and together, and they're sitting, they sort of sitting on the wagon with you while it's rolling along, right? Because it's still moving, right? They ask you, you know, what it is that you want, because you had been asking them stuff before, but they weren't really able to answer you.
We want you to use these caravans to build an empire and make money. Or to help with that. We don't want you to do every part of that.
Let's just say we're trying to expand our business.
Kling says, I'm gonna need mill. I'm gonna need a lot of mill. I'm gonna need a lot of mill. And Sting is behind him like, we'll do our very best to try to build everything you want us to make. And Kling is like, it's gonna be expensive. It's just gonna be, ooh, I can see it now. I can see it now. It's gonna cost a lot of mill though. A lot of mill.
It's fine.
We need it both. We need your combination to save us money and make us money. We'll just put our name out there. Once we can find a name, we're gonna put it out there, and then draw all the business to you. And all you have to do is just sell and buy.
He says, well, the old lady was right. The old lady was right about you though. But you seem like you guys can handle this. He said, so I'm gonna need workers. I'm gonna need strong men with nothing but a dream. It's like, so we have to find a city. We have to find some place to go to recruit some men.
That will happen. There are many steps to our journey. First, we must head north to, what was the lake's name? Shimmering Lake.
Shimmerset Lake.
Has he ever heard of that?
So he went to go say something, but then Sting kind of comes around behind him, and he's like, Oh yes, I know that place well. I studied there for over a year.
So do you know the way there from here with these caravans?
He says, oh, well, I don't know that we could really get there by the caravan. Once we arrive at the end of this road, we'll be about 2 days away.
It's alright. Once we arrive at the end of this road?
He says, yes.
And then we'll be able to ride there?
Says, well, and he points back over his shoulder, over the back of the wagon. Back in the, not straight out ahead of him or up north, but north and a little behind you guys to the west.
Northwest.
And he's like, it's got to be probably around that way, because the lake itself is massive, sweeping, huge,
right?
Crystalline, beautiful in its sight.
And so by going the way we're going now, we'll wrap around the mountain and come back into that?
He says, no, this road
Not at all.
This road goes all the way to the other side of the continent. It meets 2 villages on the way.
And there's no way to ride straight, or not straight there, but there's no way to follow a road there using this caravan. Surely they bring in supplies there, like...
Just, oh, yes, but it's all very well controlled. And as the caravan goes on for a second, you see him kind of get up for a second, and him and his brother both, at the same time, start reaching around in the back of their wagon possessions. And they start pulling out platters and little cups and a little bag and all this little stuff, right? And as they're sort of getting things set up on the wagon front, it's almost like they made a little table, a portion table set up there, and they're just putting stuff on it, right? And as the taller one holds out the little metal teapot, and it's a small little travel pot, right? As he holds it out, his hand begins to glow a bright ember in red, and then after a few seconds, the bottom of the metal colander starts to turn red too, and the whole thing starts to and they pours piping hot tea out into the cups, right? Pours them out. So they each then take one, and there's 2 others there. That are sitting there.
Oh, I'm not there. I'm on the first one.
Who was sitting with him?
Technically, these 2 are.
I'll take them.
You want to take it, and trying to sip it, it's incredibly hot, but you can already smell it's some kind of potent herbal remedy tea.
Nice.
But as they both start sipping it, Sting says, yes, there is a spot up ahead where there's a bit of a river that goes straight north and along and feeds into the Shimmerset Lake. And there's a ferry there that transports people and transports some things along north to the section way. It's like, but this road will not take you there.
But they could transport us and the caravans there.
Says, I don't know that they're big enough to carry the whole caravans, but we'd have to see once we get there.
We will see.
And so
we have to dismantle one of the caravans.
his indication is that it's still about 3 or 4 hours ahead from where you're at now, and he's detailing that it's going to be about a 30 or 40 foot wide bit of a river that has a big bridge that crosses over the top of it. That has some structure work on it for like an awning, and it's covered up to where people kind of stop there to rest sometimes. And then there's a ferry service that kind of like will take people down the river towards the lake.
Sounds like we gotta take over the ferry. Sounds like a global takeover.
We'll see. We'll get there and we'll see. I don't want to have to fight the ferry people, but
Yeah.
we can.
I mean, if they have someone working the ferry that we have a grudge against, it's like guaranteed we're getting that ferry. Otherwise, we might have to raise some money.
I think it's just gonna be like random riverboat people.
Yeah.
Nice. And so the 3 wagons in their makeshift caravan will travel on for the next 1 and then 2 hours. After tea, they had served like these little hard little biscuits, but they were sweetened with something.
Hardtack.
And they were kind of eating those too, and they offered you some.
Yeah, of course.
No.
I'll take some.
So yeah, I mean the tea
More for
itself was pretty great. It had a steeped herbal taste, and the cookies were kind of hard, but again they were sweetened with something like sugar cookies. So pretty not bad for traveling on the caravan,
Mm-hmm.
So as the two brothers then begin talking about the next town ahead of the ferry, and what they're going to do when they get there, and what the plan is going to be once they get to the ferry, because they're not quite sure again, because the plans are kind of up in the air about that. But they're like setting plans up as far as how many men they're going to need, and how much money they think it's going to cost, and how much if they're paying them a one-time fee or this and that. And they were and it's the point to where Kling is over there going yeah, and he's writing things down on a parchment with a quill. He's like yes, and they're both kind of going back and forth, spitballing ideas at each other.
Yeah, we also need them to take a stock of inventory of what we already have, what we need, what we're going to purchase, get some figures brought up.
Yeah.
These are their manager jobs.
So if you're going to let's see, they get to roll too. A 2 and a 1. Well, they're pretty deep in their conversations right now. They're already sort of working out not an infrastructure so much, but a strong way to fortify the caravan.
Business plan, or
Yeah, a business. I'd say a business plan, because Kling is going to come to you with an estimate as far as how much things are going to cost. Because he's the dominant brother right now. It'll be him, but who knows by the time it gets here.
he'll make the final call, I guess. So we'll figure out how much it's going to cost to get things going, start generating some money.
Yep, and they've been talking about that sort of nonstop for the first hour, and then for the second hour, and it's say it's boring with you out there. You were in the front one by yourself, right? It's just kind of boring out there as you're kind of guiding the horses along the path, and it's green, grassy, wide swept all around you, in every direction. You do see occasionally. And you
What time of day is it?
Oh, it's just the sun is starting to set a little bit, going a little bit into where it's getting closer to dusk or the afternoon.
Okay.
And you did pass by a couple of trees here, and a big rock set up against the path here, and a clearing, a wide open bit of a clearing spot next to the road here, as if people would pull it over there or set up a camp there or whatever. So you kind of see something here and there, but for the most part, it's just plains out on ahead. A bit of a mountainy peak off in the distance, too far off to really even see. It's more like hilly slopes, but just kind of for a while like that, and the minutes pass, and you slept good the night before, but from the shaking of the bug, the buggy piece that you're sitting in, and you're just kind of like, it wouldn't be too hard to just drift off to sleep. Roll D6 to stay awake.
I want to scream. I want to be like, ah! Trying to keep myself awake. Another 4.
You hit yourself in the face. Pop, pop, pop. You're like, making sure you gotta be alert to any danger or anything that could be around, because you never know what could come around.
Kind of slow down and motion for the cart behind me to come up. To talk to me, like you motion a cart to come up beside you.
That would be our cart.
Because the road is as wide as it is, it's hardly wide enough for. I shouldn't say hardly, but it's just wide enough to where your wheels would go right over the edges of into the grass.
Yeah.
If another one were to pull up right next to you, because just how wide the wagons are.
Okay. I just want to slightly pull off just a little bit, just so you can come up and talk to me.
So we'll roll D6. A 4.
Another
4s.
A bunch of 4s.
Them lids are heavy over here. I'm telling you what. They've been riding in these wagons, and now they're getting sleepy. So the first thing that you think of as you're definitely trying your best, is to make sure that you know, you're back straight for a moment, right, and you're holding the reins in your hand pretty securely, and as you kind of go to lean it, right, the horses do start to kind of, again, because it's the big weight of it behind you, it's, you kind of have difficulty as you're trying to counter steer it to keep them from not going right over the edge. It's a little more difficult than you were expecting, but you do get it over to where it lines up, and so it would be Sting, Cling, Slippy, and Drum in the second carriage. As you noticed already that the first one is, the one ahead of you was pulling hard over to the side, to the point to where Cling goes, nah, you're not gonna make it, not gonna make it. Not gonna make it. But you do, getting it over to where it's right over on the lip of the grass over there, as far as the side wheels, to where, you know, as the four of you are sitting here in front of these horses, you can to kind of try to catch up a little bit. So it's to the point to where you can pull up to where their wagon is right next to yours, but again, it's yours is just over on the lip, so you've got to kind of keep it really straight.
I mean, like I was thinking we were gonna stop. Like I was just gonna.
Oh, you want to go ahead and stop now?
I mean, I was gonna pull up, just stop for a second, let them just ride up next to me and be like, "Hey, we need to make camp."
Oh, nice. So you can definitely, if you want to set up a place to stop, like a place to stop and rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the grass here is pretty flat out in relation to the road, so you could always just kind of find a spot to kind of just pull over a little bit and get off the road if you wanted to.
Okay. Let's try that if you guys are.
Alright, everyone roll another d6.
Damn.
See if anyone's going to be an expert at this sort of thing. A 1. A 4, not bad. A 4, okay.
Here's another 4.
Before.
A 3.
Oh.
Yeah, so, you know, not bothering to grab the reins because you didn't want to try to pull on them too hard and cause the wagons to go off or bump into each other. You had already sort of been off the road a little bit, so you just kind of pull the horses a little further, and you can definitely feel the difference on the regular grass versus the road, because it's just like you're kind of stuttering. But then you pull back a little bit and the horses come to a stop, far enough ahead to where, as you know, we'll say Cling and Sting were also, I guess they get to roll too because they were standing there. Neither of them want to take the reins. Oh. Cling is kind of the one in charge, so he's like, oh, I've done this, I've got it. So he, you know, and he kind of backs up his caravan wagon, and the one behind it kind of follows in suit, to where all three of them are right off the side of the road, about 4 or 5 feet. And all the horses, you know, are kind of, you know, letting out, you know,
Taking their break.
yeah, taking a rest, taking a break, kind of standing there for a second, taking a moment, because they've been trotting for all day.
Is there a river near us? Any waterways or anything within the eyesight?
You don't see one around as you look, but you know because of what Sting had said that there is one coming up, and you're about halfway there now, and so it'll be another couple of hours before you get there.
Well, I guess we should go foraging for food for these horses.
Don't we have supplies for the horses on the?
I have a big-
They didn't take
Shouldn't
inventory
they
of that yet.
Yeah, let's ask Sting and Cling. I was like, don't you have basic horse supplies?
I do have a big bag of oats and grain.
Oh,
Nice. Do you want to
Oh,
go? You want to go feed the horses?
I would like to feed the horses.
nice.
Yeah, of course, because it's different than the kind that they would normally use. Because to answer your question and segue into your request, yeah, they, you know, in one of the wagons they keep all the hardtack and hay and everything compacted enough for a couple of weeks worth of travel. And so it's in some big heavy canvas that's been wrapped around tight with twine. So you know you can cut it open and kind of take it out. And there's hay and again smaller bags of like dried oats. It's not compared to the ones that you have for sure. And the horses are used to these, of course, because they've been eating them all this time. So as everyone stopped and all three of you, without you, everyone else roll a d6. 5. A 5. And
It rolled out.
oh, did it Rapunzel? All right. Well, roll again.
What was it then?
It was not a 5. And a 1.
Oh, man.
Hate to see it.
Well, I guess you're the one that's standing idly around, sort of scanning the horizon, kind of looking. You're like, oh man, there's some woods. There gotta be something around here. And you do see a small little patch or a clearing of trees off in the distance. Might take you a little bit of a jaunt to get there, a couple minutes, right?
To get firewood?
Yes.
Okay.
So do you want to head off to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So as soon as you see it, you're like, hey, I'm gonna go get some firewood. The two of you were like, getting all the supplies out to feed the horses, and Sting and Kling, which are pretty used to this kind of routine by now, are already getting out, campfire stuff and long canvas blanketing things that they stretch out all on the ground. It's kind of soft enough to where it's softer than the grass, but sturdy enough to where they can put wood over it in the middle and like literally just have the campfire in the middle of it. And as they're rolling it out, you'd eye them suspiciously, and Sting will say, "Oh, it's treated with a special, it's bat guano, but it's treated with a special bat guano to where it won't ignite."
I still don't trust you.
So as they're making camp, you had went around to the front two horses, right? With those oats that you had in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Roll 2d6. 2 6s. 2 6s. Let's go.
Roll them both again. Rolling good tonight.
A second 6 and a 1.
That's technically 3 6s.
2 6s in a row.
In a row.
This is it. This is your moment.
Oh, 5.
No
Close.
6 assist on this one, folks. But that means that of the two horses, they both were,
Let's go.
they both were like greedily eating up the oats out of each of your outstretched hands. One of them on your left in particular, a larger brown, like a stallion type horse, right, with a nice brown mane. He seems to be taking a liking to you, right, as he's now nuzzling. He ate the whole thing in a flash. Your whole, not all of it, of course, but the handheld that you hold out. And then he was nuzzling his whole side of his head up against you like this, like.
I would like to pet the horse.
Go ahead. You've been rolling some d6s.
You roll a 1.
4. So yeah, I mean,
roll one,
he seems like an impressive animal. He's like a lot, big and certainly strong, and must be considerable amongst the other horses to be put in one of the first spots to lead the caravan. 4. Yeah, he and he has around his saddle and his bridle piece and everything. Underneath it, there's just a thin little bit of string hanging with a little wooden piece hanging there from the string. It has something etched into it. Oh man, will you? It'll be really crazy if that thing. If Sephiroth decided to come down,
That's the sticky
if
side.
Sephiroth himself decided to descend on our game,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what to think about that. You have to play the music then. So we have this horse is definitely super interested in what you were giving to him, and the name on the little insignia on the wooden crest says it's like Kaiser. It's either Kaiser or Kaiser. You're not sure.
Kaiser.
Okay.
For the Kaiser.
Can I try to say both pronunciations and see what it reacts better to?
Looking up, you go, Kaiser. And the horse just goes, right. Then you go, Kaiser. And the horse goes, and audibly and visibly reacts to you calling it out like that.
Awesome.
It's like, Kaiser it is then. It's like, you seem a strong horse.
Sick.
So yeah, on those rolls, you definitely made like companionship points with it, like friendship rolls with it now. So it definitely will favor you over anybody else right now for sure.
Cool. What kind of horse is it?
We'll say it's a Strider stallion.
Strider?
A Strider stallion.
Cool.
Yeah.
You want one?
You got any more?
The ultra.
And so as the sun begins to, start its descent over the horizon, and night begins to trickle out of the day sky behind you, you see, of course, the moon, huge, half full, off in the distance, and again behind you, the occasional star here or there, in hues of black and purple. But the caravan all seems, the horses seem fed, and the brothers have already laid out, an impressive-looking fire across this blanket and cloth that you can all kind of sit on or stretch out on or eat your food on or whatever. So they, but you have been, on your way all the way out. Not necessarily all the way out, but it's about a good, a bit of a 4-minute bit of a trot out to where there were 3 or 4, I'd say maybe 5 or 6 kind of trees and a bit of a cluster there. And as you're running in that direction, you can look behind them and see more woods way off behind you. But at this rate, you would get to them and it'd be nighttime.
Yeah.
But even around these trees, you see little branches and twigs and sticks and things like that littered around on the ground, from just things that have fallen off the tree.
I would like to harvest as much firewood as I think we need, and then I would like to harvest extra wood to possibly make wooden arrows with later.
So do you want to spend? I'll let you spend up to 3 turns.
We'll spend all 3 turns collecting both 2 turns firewood and then 1 turn. I guess it depends on how well I do, but at least 1 turn looking for arrow quality wood.
Okay.
Can I also join in looking for arrow quality wood?
So, because you had been feeding the horses when he had taken off.
Oh yeah, that's
By the
right.
time you caught up with him, he'd already had at least 1 turn done.
Mm-hmm.
But you could if you wanted to.
I'd like to then.
Okay. So yeah, you're just like after you got to feed the horses, and you met Kaiser. You're like, oh, what a great horse, and you're like, oh, where'd that cat fellow go? Sprinkles. And you're like, oh, he must have ran off. You see a bit of a thicket of trees off in the distance. You're like, oh, he must have went that way. Trotting off into the grass after him. It'll take you at least a turn, and you can roll a d6 for your speed, I guess. A 3. Yeah, so you'll get there a bit of a 1 turn delay.
Cool.
So that leaves Irving and Slippy. Do you want to sit around the fire, or rummage through the wagons, or do you want to stand guard, or do you want to talk to the brothers?
I'm gonna go back up to the horses if I can find my way there and see if I can make make friends with them too.
I'm gonna just play music by the fire.
Nice. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. For regular tune, it's just a D8. Damn.
That D8 will not go in. Nice. A 2. As you pull up to and sit next to the cozy fire, produce your musical instruments. And the brothers are sitting there. One is writing something on paper. The other one is kind of preparing some kind of little snack or something. And they both look up at you as if you're gonna play something delightful. And you're just like, and just like, and they both shrug and kind of go back to what they were doing, right? While you were walking up to the side of the caravan, from the side of the grass, again, I feel like running your hands along the canvas and the wood. You feel the leather strap of the harness, and you feel the saddle, and there are 6 horses, and so these are the 2 in the back. And because they were pulling the bigger of the 3 wagons, they seem to be bigger than the other 2 horses, with some of that fur down along their calves. You're not quite sure. You're not sure what kind of horse that even is. You've never seen one before, but they're both big, wide, and sturdy with heavy black manes, and one is white with all kinds of black spots over it, and the other one is really, really, really dark chestnut brown with like little tan spots on it.
Cool. The one with the one that's it's black with white spots on it. Can I go over to it and try to use the Calm Heart ability that I got?
You can.
Oh.
That is 1 MP and a D8 or AP.
For a second, I really thought I just grabbed the cards and not the battery, but I got it.
Got it?
I was like, did I really
A 6.
leave the main
Nice.
fucking thing?
And so the horses weren't really spooked because they're used to being around people.
Nice.
But as you kind of walk up to it, and again, this is a bigger, wider horse than a lot of average running horses that are meant for running or going over long distances. This is more of a pulling horse, to say it that way. And this is the second one I described, right? The one that was a dark chestnut brown with like with tan spots on it, or was it the black one?
The black one with
With the white spots. Oh, it was the first one then. So you were already standing right there. As you activate the calm heart and you kind of with the horse, he
Hell yeah.
lets out a low and like you see him visibly relax. It seemed like they were already tired, and the way that these caravans work is that while you guys were out feeding them, you found these weird hooked metal wired apparatuses. After examining them for a while quizzically, Sting let you know that they were brackets for the caravans that rest on the back. They rest on the back like wire brackets, and then they hold the horses' food trays and water trays so that the horses in the wagon behind it can eat and drink from it without having you to really move anything. And they were sitting there, and so you see the water in a little pot and the food, the hay and whatever bit of things were scattered in it. It's almost all been eaten. So he takes a drink from the water and seems completely relaxed, at ease, and as he's kind of nuzzling there with his head tilting forward a little bit, he might fall asleep.
Cool. I'm gonna do it on the brown one too. So
Go
I
ahead.
can put him to sleep too.
It's sleepy time.
Yeah. 1 MP and 1 more D.
A 2. Well, this one. Wow. As you go to go kind of underneath the harnesses to the other side, to where this other horse is at. And this is a mare, a female horse, and it's again just as big and wide as impressive as her male counterpart. But with the chestnut and the tan spots. As you try to do the calm heart, she lets out a visible as if she's agitated about something already.
Can I try it again?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll do one more time. I mean,
Trying to calm the hearts of these equestrians. A 4. And a 4. So this time, as you're like, oh, easy, yeah, it's all right. I'm not gonna hurt you. And you calm the magic sort of trickles out of your fingers, and you expected her to visibly relax, or at least show some signs of calming down. But even with like the blinder things on that these horses have on them, she's just nervously looking one way and the other, just kind of rattling up against the harness piece that she's in.
Can I try and hop on her back and then undo the harness? See if she wants to go somewhere.
Yes, you go ahead. So you have to climb up on her back, and then from there kind of feel around to where the clasps and the hooks would be to unharness it. That would, because you really can't inherently see them, that might take you quite a few turns.
Yeah. Nah, that's okay. I don't know how to make this horse feel better.
And just give her some more food.
It's true. Do I have any food to give?
Do you have any food fit for a horse?
Do not.
Do you have a brush to brush his hair?
No.
Surely you could forge some prairie hay or something.
True.
You could challenge it to a tournament.
And rock me, horse.
I mean, it may not like you, but it'll respect you if you want.
You don't have to like me. Just respect me.
Can I see if he'll eat a jar? See if he'll eat some of the crimson berries that I have in the jar.
Oh, sure. They're berries, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you can hold out a handful of the berries, and she even nervously she sniffs around when she gets a scent of them, and nibbles on a few of them and eats some of them. Though again, it's she ate them definitely out of your hand. But again, she still just seems nervous and agitated about something. While her male counterpart, the black horse next to her on her left, is half looks like half dozing off.
Alright, can I just try to feel along the horse's body to see if there's anything that I can feel wrong with it? Like hurt or anything?
Roll d6.
Trying to move a thorn from a lion's paw.
And so, I mean, the sides of the horse don't feel, up around the neck and the head and the ears. You got to be kind of careful, but you don't really kind of feel anything. The only other place you could check would be up under the hooves, but that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I would. Well, I would say you can do whatever you want, but that would be something that I would definitely say you would want to be wary of.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get a second opinion. Maybe go up to Drum, see if I can get him to come back there and take a look at the horse. See if the horse is.
As you call out for Drum and you kind of listen for his familiar footsteps and his gruff voice, you don't seem to hear him. Did you take off somewhere?
Did you take off somewhere?
I did.
I'll holler for Slippy then.
You were sitting at the campfire, again, getting ready to play a tune. You hear Irving calling out for you to come help.
I'll play a tune as I bounce over to him.
Cool.
In case he's also trying to find his way to me or something.
A 7.
Oh wow.
Like.
I'm gonna use the tune to kind of meet him, while he's bouncing.
You can hear it. You can go back under the horse's harnesses and then back up a little bit further up the caravan to where you're getting that long stretch of canvas is laid out, and you can feel the warmth of the fire as you're walking up, and you can hear Slippy's kind of bounding toward you.
I just wanted to say this horseback here looks really like it's bothered by something. I don't know whether it's in pain or whatnot, but it definitely does not look like it's happy. I don't want it to just run off the first chance it gets. It's kind of.
Is it still attached to the caravan?
Yeah, I mean it's not gonna go anywhere anytime soon, but could have a bond with a certain person or something. So just see if you can see anything that I obviously cannot see.
I'll pull out my caravan mark and show it to the horse.
Nice. Well, bounding up to it, he gets a wooden chip out with an insignia on it, and he's just like, "What's up, Zelfer? Welcome back."
Zelfer.
Welcome back.
They did a job for a caravan and then went back and stole the caravan, and now they own the caravan. So now they're dealing with the let's say logistical snafus that come along with such a thing. Yeah, man, it's good to have you back for sure. So so as you kind of bound up, holding up the wooden chip in your hand, horse, sees you, acknowledges you, and you can tell right away visibly that she's just kind of nervous, fretting over something.
All right. I'm gonna mold myself into a step stool, and while I'm doing that, I'm gonna tell you to try to nudge her feet onto the stool so you can see if there's anything on it.
Oh, well, do you guys want to roll that in tandem?
Yeah, do you have work together? I have work together. We will get work together one day.
But because my body's kind of clear, you can look under the stool in case it doesn't want to put its foot all the way up.
True. Yeah, okay. You said a D4?
Oh, I gotta roll a D8.
Oh, wow, then just roll D6. A 1. and a 3. So with the 1, I don't know that will be enough. But because you were both trying to form up into the stool, you try to form up into you kind of become like a block for a second. And as you go to even move towards the mayor this time, she rears up, her host coming off the ground, bucking against the harnesses that are holding her neck in place with everything, She let out a hard roar, and now again the horse ahead of her gets kind of spooked, now agitated, as it starts whinnying and letting out as it starts making a commotion too. So the two of you are just like, what's going on? Both of you roll another d6.
No.
It's gonna be something in the woods or something crazy.
A
Hey.
6. Roll it again.
Damn.
A 3. So you're the first to see it. Right off the glade, a light flickering just for a moment, right? And then another one next to it, and then another one, and then a fourth. You kind of have to squint your eyes a little bit to kind of wonder what it is. It's too big to be stars. But now as it kind of things come into view, you see that there are arms carrying the torches, and that they're not really walking, but they're running. Again, it's getting towards just about dusk, and it's dark for the most part. And so as soon as they get close enough, you can then see that they are what look like, are they half human, half goblins? It's hard to tell. But they've got gray skin, bald heads, nothing but rags and cloth and loincloths on, with crude swords and crude pickaxes and clubs. There's a group of them now coming out of somewhere with torches lit, running towards the caravan. And as they're drawing close enough, you can hear them start to make noise, like they're all just running towards the caravan now aggressively. Because you rolled the 6, though, if you want to hop off of where you're kind of standing at and to go out to advance them to get closer, I'll let you to finish out the turn.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll just tell Irving that we may be under attack because I can see them and keep an eye on them. You should go get everyone else.
All right. Okay. So as you give the call for danger, right? And you hop out to go meet it. You're like, find everyone, sound the call.
I'll keep them distracted as long as I can. Just try to bring them back as soon as possible.
All right. But that's where your turn will end, and it will come around to the beginning of Sprinkles' turn.
Let's go.
So you get to roll 3d6s. I was gonna let you do them in sequence, but if you want to go ahead and do one at a time. The first 2 for getting all the wood and kindling together that you can get.
Sorry.
A 4 and a 5. Nice. Then I'll give you 5 bundles of kindling.
5 bundles of kindling.
Yes.
Alright, and then I roll another d6 for...
You said you were going to try to find wood suitable for arrows and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
A 1. Well, you don't seem to be able to find anything, amongst all the trees, a lot of the branches were either too thin or bent, not really straight enough for you to be able to find anything really suitable for arrows. But then, coming up behind you, you saw Drum kind of striding up, looking up the trees, and the bundles and the things you've already gathered up in the grass around you. He's like, yeah, I was wondering if you were out here getting up any wood for the fire. So because he showed up a turn behind, if you want to roll 2 d6s for foraging wood, Drum, you definitely can.
I'm gonna tell him, hey, I found quite a bit of kindling wood.
It's your turn.
Roll 2d6.
Well, no, I'm telling. Wait,
Oh, I'm sorry.
before you roll, I'm saying that
You're
hey,
full of it. So.
I found quite a bit of kindling already. If you just wanted to look for wood that we can make arrows from, I have a wood craftsman knife that we could use to hopefully make some arrows. I tried, I couldn't find any, but I'm sure there might be some here if we look hard enough.
That'd be cool. I'm down.
Because I already have kindling, so it's like, I think the arrow wood would be better for both of us.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So you want to use your dice rolls to forage for wood for arrows, or just to forage for wood for kindling for burning or for using?
Good wood for
Arrows.
Arrows, gotcha.
Yeah, I have like 5
Is that,
bundles of
and you have 2
kindling.
turns. You have 2 chances or 2 charges, I would say. So you would use the rolls for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. Do it.
A 6 and a 2. So on the 6, of course, you
roll
have to roll
that
again.
6 again, boy.
Well, on the 6, you definitely found what you would say at least, we'll say at least 8 thin pieces of wood that have sprigs and things on the ends of them and could use a little carving out, but they would be suitable for arrow shafts. So you say you found about 8 of them.
Cool.
Dude, nice. Can I get half of it?
Yeah.
I have the wood.
Wheeling
I have the
and
wood.
dealing.
I have the knife we
Dealing,
can
dealing.
use to like attempt to make them to arrows.
Yeah. So then you get 4 of them.
So was that 4 what again?
Arrow shafts. Or should I just give
do
you
we
all?
need to use the knife on them?
Yeah, you have to use a knife.
Let
on
me
them.
just go ahead and use the knife on all of them.
Yeah.
And then we'll get whatever
We
amount
get
of
we
wooden
each get
arrows.
like 4 wooden arrows.
Well, we need feathers first. I guess well, these would be like shafts.
Yeah, and you need tips and arrowheads.
Well, you don't need an arrowhead. They did
No,
a thing
you can
on
use-
Mythbusters.
You can sharpen the point.
and that it can still
Or
work.
even maybe coat it with
The
something
only
more
the
typical.
main benefit of a large arrowhead is a bigger wound, as they bleed out more. It's the only real main benefit.
The more you know.
Yeah, the wooden arrows are just as effective in that sense.
That makes sense.
So of the 8 of them, I'll let you roll. I'll roll a d6 for success. Out of all 8 of them, if you're gonna sit there now and sit there and
whittle away. Can I use the shavings as extra kindling?
I mean, roll the first one. A 4. So of the 8,
Another fucking
of
cool.
the 8, you managed to get. You managed to make 5 of them.
Okay.
So 5 of them were suitable, and everything else you can put with your kindling. To say it that way.
So do I get like 1 extra bundle of kindling, or do I get like fine kindling? Or?
It's not really enough to really add another whole charge to your inventory.
That's fine. So I guess I'll hold on to these 5 shafts until we get some feathers.
Hang on to 'em.
I'm gonna come up and start plucking some of it.
I was gonna say we got feathers right here.
That's what I'm
They're
saying
gonna take
too.
his feathers too.
We'll wait till we're back at the
Leave
campsite.
He's gonna be running around with no
let me get some of the
feathers.
feathers.
Neck.
Like, cutting them up and like trimming them down.
I hear you coming. Slap.
So I have 5 arrow shafts.
Yeah. Unfletched.
Every time he sleeps, we just like pluck one and wake him up and run away before he knows it did.
Being mean. So yeah, you managed to get quite a bit of wood for kindling and some
Let's go.
arrow pieces too.
All right.
So both of you roll a d6. As the 2 of you started to kind of walk back towards the direction where the road was, you start walking ahead first, then you walk ahead, and then before the 2 of you realize it, you start racing.
Dang.
Well, a 3 on a 1. I guess Drum wasn't really racing so much as he was walking quickly, trying his best to
Can I use my feline
point in the
form?
right direction. Sure.
I will subtract.
It ain't that deep, bro.
No, it is now. We're about to rest anyway. Might as well use some skill.
He's going for it.
We might be in for a big.
Alright, 1 AP, 1 action point, and 1d6 for my feline form.
1 AP, 1 action. Okay.
Oh.
Up, and a 1d6.
And I rolled a 6. No!
That is a 1.
Well, I only need it for a little
you
bit.
saw it here.
I only need it for a little bit.
I told you it ain't that deep.
So, you do take the animal form just long enough to really finish out the turn, doing several long loping strides, right? And then you can kind of snap out of it without meaning to, and you roll a little bit before springing back up to your feet like you meant to do it.
Nice.
Still quite a few strides ahead, with Jerome back there just going, "Where's the fire?" But then, as you do look down ahead, you got over the grassy glade and look way down over where you see the caravan, the light from the fire, and that's way off in the distance.
I'm gonna point me like over there.
And you can look past it though. You do see little flickerings of light, torchlight. There's more people down there. There's got to be something going on.
Can I use my prowl?
Well, your turn is going to. Well, actually, I'll give you both one more speed roll or an opportunity.
I'm gonna use my prowl, which is 1 AP and 1d8.
And I'll just walk normally.
Just gonna stride on them.
With a 1.
Yeah.
Like a boss. A 3.
I love those.
Was that for your feline form again?
No, that was for my my prowl.
So, in an attempt to kind of start loping down the glade in a forward-running, crawling motion, trying to be sneaky, but on a 3, or on a 4, I should say, I mean, you're doing it, but I mean, you can still see your body bounding over the grass because you're trying to be fast more than you're trying to be sneaky. But as soon as you get to the top of the glade and you can look down and you can see the road where the caravan is off in the distance, and again, you can only really see it because of the firelight dancing off the sides of it. But you definitely, the same thing that he saw, as he's already halfway down the glade, bounding down the hill, is flickerings of other torchlights. So yeah, something's going on for sure. But as the turn ends there, it will come back around to, and we'll say this is a caravan wall here, caravan, or the side of the wagon, and we'll say you were kind of standing right here, and you sort of went out, we're headed out towards the threat, which, you know, again, as you got closer, looked like some kind of humanoid, goblin-esque figures that were all just sort of all charging towards the caravan, or the road at least, screaming. As you bound out once and twice and start hopping a little faster and faster out to meet them, yeah, you see it's at least a quartet of them, all just sort of, one of them, two of them with swords, and two of them with look like crude wooden clubs, and they all appear to be in some sort of makeshift raiding party, all running through the grass towards the caravan as fast as they can go. But because you rolled the 6 last turn, and so you're bounding forward, watching them advance, you can wait for them to approach and take an action, or keep rushing out to meet them.
And so they're like out in that direction or that direction?
This direction, coming this way. Yep.
I'm just gonna play the approach and go at them diagonally to try to keep their attention.
Okay. So, bounding up and further this way, back up the road. Starting to tilt yourself a little bit. It's almost to where, yeah, the line of all 4 of them now. Oh, what move was that?
Oh, the approach.
Oh, nice. So you kind of come, and again, now it's the 4 of them coming this way. Although, now that you're that close, the one at the edge is going to roll to break off and attack you directly. On a low roll, he'll keep chugging on. A 4, he will break off. And so one of them now is going to break off of the quartet and be rushing towards you, his club swinging over his head when your next turn comes around. See it. Yeah, we'll say he'll be on you by the time your next turn starts, and the camera can almost catch it because you're so far away from the caravan. But then it comes back around to the start of your turn. You were listening intently for any footsteps around to where it could be drum or what could be sprinkles, and you went all the way to the front of the caravan to where the first 2 horses were, kind of listening around, calling out for them. Didn't hear them anywhere. They must still kind of be gone. But then the shouts and screams you hear from behind you, right? And you're like, and you can almost hear now footsteps in the grass. You know,
Would he be able to hear me play the approach from where I'm at, or is it
Yeah,
not too far?
as you begin to kind of take a couple steps forward, you know, checking what weapon you're going to draw.
I think I'm gonna just draw my smooth mace.
Right,
Or
pulling the mace out, right, and letting it hang low at your side. You then hear da 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 da. You're like, so running towards the source of that. As you run further, as you run down the horse kind of rushing by you, you stop for a second, and you can definitely hear out in front of you footsteps moving through the grass. You hear grunting and or sound like raised voices of, are they men? It's hard for you to tell because they're just gutturally screaming. But they're advancing, and there's more than a couple of them. So you can kind of hear them from their footsteps, so you can kind of feel them approaching.
Okay. I say, Slippy, do you think they're hostile?
I know I'm hostile towards them. That's all I'm worried about right now, because they don't look friendly.
Okay. I'm gonna...
No offense on you not being able to look.
Hey, no, it's cool. I can pretty much see everything you can see right now that's of, matter anyway. I think I'm gonna run up to Slippy, being that this one's closer to him, and both of us try to engage that one first.
Okay. So,
whether it be,
listening for your distinct movements and sounds, right? You key in on his sound, so you're gonna spend the rest of your turn covering that distance.
Did any of the other ones break off after they saw
So-
him moving?
So that is the second one is going to attempt to roll to break off. A 2, so he will not. So the other 3 are going to be running directly still towards the caravan. And we'll say when the next turn starts, they'll be like right here. All 3 of them. So comes back around to Sprinkles and Drum. Running through the glade as fast as your paws or that your feet will take you. Sprinkles was ahead first, and you did cover about half the distance. And so, in order to try to get there at the start of the next turn, you'd have to roll or do something with a high speed factor.
Could I use my feline form again?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Guzzle that MP like a Mustang. Let's go.
yeah.
Those AP, those action points.
Could I perhaps use stretch to stretch out my legs and get longer strides and run?
Yeah. A 4.
All day.
Nice. So again, as you
Do what?
Like the
your
spring
paws
boots.
hit the grass,
That'd be
as
cool.
you've taken all 4 feline form, right? Your tail sort of whipping out behind you. You then start taking long, huge, leaping strides, down the grass. And again, you can hear the occasional shuffling of a squirrel past you because you're flying through the grass now. And even a couple of birds that were roosting fly up next to you as you're streaking down as fast as you can. It was at the bottom of the glade. On the opposite side of the road were the wagons, and then the opposite side of that were the torches that were approaching. Okay. So once you get to the bottom, you still got to clear under, over, and around the caravan itself. But you're just streaking, boom, 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 boom. Your heart racing, blood pumping through your limbs as you're sprinting as hard as you can in feline form down the glade.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll for stretch.
Well, I'd like to get a running start and then use stretch to kind of like ease my way into the stride. So I'm going to use the D6 for the run first and then the D4 for the stretch.
Okay. A 1 for the run and the 1 for
Oh,
the
my Lord.
No!
It's like the opposite of earlier.
You're going to trip over your rubber leg.
Yeah, no. Go ahead and have like a Twizzler.
Got your legs in a knot.
hit a couple of
Then
ones.
you're going to tumble down the hill.
So yeah, I mean, in taking the first step, it's not that you went to trip, but the grass, already because it's kind of late, is already slick in some spots. So you went to half slip, but then you went to stretch, and you did, but then you kind of got lifted 2 or 3 feet off the ground from your back foot. Not really being ready for it, you landed on your first leg almost not hard enough, and you fell forward, rolling heavily in the grass. And
Can I
then,
at least cover some ground?
yes.
Okay.
So then that's going to set up the next turn. At the start of this turn, it's going to be, do you guys, between Slippy and Irving, who has the higher agility? Or do you both have 5?
I have 4. Wait. Agility, I have 5.
I have 5.
They both have 5, and so they can both opt to take their turns at the same time or choose one to go for the other. Yeah, he hit double ones.
Yeah. It's a shame. Alright, so, my man, my friend, what do you think that we should do? I'm thinking that if we double up on this guy, we could probably knock him out pretty quick, and then we can move on to the next of them. But if we do that, then they're definitely going to make it closer to the caravan. So do we care more about killing them for the sake of killing them, or do we care
I feel
more
like
about
since
them?
this dude's already on me,
I care more about
I
killing him. I mean, no, I'm not there, but let's get some experience.
I mean, you're right.
I'm about to be there, so it's like.
so since
Yeah,
this,
that's right. We know that they're running back across the plains, right?
we don't
Okay, well then, yeah,
we don't
we'll-
actually know.
Just go ahead and engage them. You'll be alright.
We always just assume.
Can I smell the cat?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then yeah, we're just gonna.
Since
fight.
this one's already engaged with me, I was gonna engage that one. That way they focus on me. If you gauge one of them, that prevents all 3 of them from running at the caravan and possibly destroying it.
Yeah.
Because
They
we
destroy one of the
don't know they're
caravans,
there
it's
yet.
alright, honestly. I don't think it'll be that big of a deal.
I mean, they'll be dead.
We can collect the scrap material, and
And we'll take all their stuff.
consolidate
which, I mean,
all the
granted, they didn't
materials.
really have anything.
one of them was about to fall apart anyway, so
Yeah.
maybe it'll be that one.
That would be lucky. So let's beat up this first guy then, right?
Who will go first?
You know what? Never mind.
No,
If you go
but-
for this guy, I'm gonna try and stop one of these other 3. Just probably the.
I'll
one
try to
that's
stop
closest.
that one because that one's already focused on me.
Yeah. I'm gonna go just straight to the one that's adjacent to.
So
him.
you on this one, and you on this one.
No, I'm gonna attack this one. I'm
Okay.
gonna use her.
Because he's in close range, his action will almost certainly be to attack you. And if your action is to attack someone else, you may not be able to defend.
I'll take
Because
the
you'll be
risk.
attacking them as they're attacking you. Think about it like that. What move are you going to use?
Hurt.
Well, welcome.
Welcome back.
What
Welcome back!
Welcome
Thank
back.
you for following. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bro.
We appreciate that.
Appreciate that all day.
Hell yeah.
All right. Here's my hurt for that guy right there.
Perhaps y'all could do a move where you dive to attack him as you dive to attack him.
Well, that's kind of what
Something.
I was thinking. He's a slime. He's kind of low to the ground, so I've
Yeah.
got
I
this-
mean, on the high rolls, you guys would do that nicely. But on the low rolls, I'd hate to see you.
Then we
Oh,
collide and
yeah.
then we.
I have faith in him.
I
He
mean,
believes
you
in the heart of
know.
the dice.
I don't know. You did roll double ones.
Yeah,
Well, I also wrote double 6s earlier.
Oh, he does have a point.
it's true. It's like
Actually,
it's
technically, he rolled triple 6s. They just weren't all like
Yeah.
in sequence.
The first 2 rolls he had earlier, his warm-up rolls, one was a 1, one was a 6. The highs are highs, the lows are low. That's the thrill of the game. I believe in you two.
That's right.
I'm still going for the hurt on that guy over there.
Okay, so he's going for hurt on this guy. So I'm gonna try
Three.
and just go over him
Go ahead.
with the Talon dive. That's
Worst come to worst, those horses
1
can still
AP,
kick
1
him.
D6, and 1 D4.
Okay.
Maybe we should get some armor for these horses too.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Have them go from
Shoot
like
'em up.
caravan mode to like war mode.
All right.
Mhm.
And then a D6
A hit's a 1.
No.
and a D4.
Hit's a 2.
Thanks for playing.
Well, there's that.
So, you went to hop forward, close enough to be in range of the hurt spell, right? You know, again, chanting out the slime word for hurt. As soon as you yell it out, and this monster was kind of running straight towards the caravan, totally oblivious to what you were about to do. So as soon as you let the spell loose, looking across his bare gray chest, you would see just wounds open up, blistering, breaking all across in a small patch, right? Almost like causing him to stop and double over and fall over in mid-motion. He kind of screeches to a halt for a second and sees, stops and notices you and Irving instantly. So that kind of changed his course right away. But he has several large open wounds just across his chest right here. The Talon dive, you went to leap up over him and you barely cleared Slippy's head as he was bounding past you. As you were about to strike this goblinic monster head on, with a 3, Your mace doesn't strike it as you came in way too fast and actually too close, with the broadside of your chest smacking into his face as he was reeling his sword around. So the both of you kind of collide and get smacked into each other, tumbling all on the ground.
Cool.
Hey, that takes the focus off me.
Yeah, nice.
So then the other two will advance closer to the caravans, and then it will come around to your turn, as you're now on the other side of the caravans, racing down to the bottom of the glade as fast as you can. You're already panting and heavy and out of breath. But you can already hear the sounds of, magic spells going off and, something wishing through the air. It must have been Irving doing a move. You can hear them already fighting on the other side of the wagon.
I'm getting excited, getting goosebumps.
He's getting riled up.
Can I use my prowl and attempt to prowl up and get a point of advantage? Maybe prowl on top of one of the caravans, get an arrow shot off.
Yes, you can prowl. You can prowl on top of one of the caravans.
I want the high ground.
He wants the high ground, Anakin.
Yeah. It's over.
Subtracted my APs.
Is it John C. that told me that you can't be a master of the high ground without first being a master of the low ground? That's
right.
Truly why. It's truly why Obi-Wan is the best. 2.
God.
Well, you're not going to really be able to get a sneaking attack, but the prowl,
That's okay.
the prowl will let you, because you were already in feline form.
Yeah.
Claws out, just going up the side of the wagon's canvas around the rounded covered top to where you're kind of poised here on the top. Nice.
And I can take a arrow shot here?
No, because on the 2,
Too slow.
it was too slow.
That's fine.
You bounded up over the top just in time to see 2 of these, and they could be goblins, but they're bigger, with more humanoid-looking faces, more articulated limbs. They have a dark gray-skinned complexion, and they're wearing loincloths and tattered rags, just charging straight on ahead at the caravan with torches raised up, and one of them has a sword, and the other one has a club.
He's gonna try to burn the caravan. Alright, we should stop him.
Alright, that thing I said earlier. Yep.
So,
if one of them goes, it's alright.
coming back around to the top of the turn order again,
Where are Sling and Kling during this?
they're not even
They're not even fighters, so I won't worry.
I mean, even if they're not fighters, they can still help us. Like, if one of the things is on fire, they could at least unload it or something like that. Like,
do you want to call them to try to come help you fight?
I at least want them present in the altercation, maybe. Just to... If that way, if the enemy gets the upper hand and they start messing our stuff
So
up...
you are directly on top of the second wagon. You know their wagon is the third wagon. So you don't know where they're at right now, but you can only call out to the third wagon in the middle of all the chaos, because they're clearly not out here where the campfire was. You don't see them anywhere.
I'll wait. I'll see if maybe they show up. I don't want to give away my position so obviously yet.
How close am I?
So halfway through the next turn, you're going to get your roll to come in. So it'll be after, the enemies are going to try to take some turns here. This one first, that was all tangled up with Irving, arms and legs, right? He still had his sword clenched in his hand, though he had dropped his torch in the grass. The first thing he's going to try to do is clasp his hands right over your eyes, right, in an attempt to try to kind of blind you while he can get his bearings. As soon as he does, you just grin for a moment internally, and you're like, "Oh, this guy." So roll to hit.
Idiot.
You fool!
Can I roll for an
told
air
me
snap?
exactly
on him?
where you were.
To do what?
To air snap him?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you can use your air snap to blow their torches out.
I don't know if I could do it from distance. I think that it's just like right at the end of my fist, right?
Yeah, if you do it on the punch, yeah, but if you do it like a snap, you can send a little bit of air out in front of you, maybe a foot or two. So, a little further.
Yeah, probably too far to take them all out then.
Yeah. I couldn't make it to that guy. He's
But
like
go ahead
10
and roll
feet
for your
away. Air snap.
For your air snap.
6.
A 4.
Hey.
So because you're both lying on your side, as soon as you roll over to kind of face him and you push him off your body, and you both land. You do the air snap move like this, and because you're both lying flat on the ground, it pushes the two of you away from each other with the force of the wind. So he slides away a couple feet, and you slide away a couple feet. So it
Cool.
So as the two of you, get up, spring back up to your feet, he realizes he doesn't have a torch in his hand, but he is going to take the club that he has, and he's, again, doing a barreling charge toward you. He's just going to swing it on a wide arc. On a 3, roll to evade.
You got this.
A 1.
No.
You want to flutter back out of the way, and it hits you broadside, not only on the side of your wing, but on the side of your arm, too. You take 3 damage.
Ooh.
Oh. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm about to make a difference here. Hold on.
I'm fine, guys.
So then it'll come around to your turn.
Alright.
Oh, we're halfway through. Drum, go ahead and roll a d6. A 5, nice. So that's going to put you, finally, kind of getting down the blade. But because you didn't take as long, you're not out of breath. You're calm. You're focused. You're like you saw some torches and you saw the flicker of what could be some kind of monsters. So you're already putting a plan together in your head. As you, where the two horses were in the front, Kaiser and the other one. They seem totally calm, relaxed, and natural as you kind of walk around them, looking down from this direction at the the onrushing sort of wave of monsters that are attacking the caravan. So your turn is going to start, and you're going to be like way up here at the front of the caravans, we'll say.
Nice.
Go ahead.
I've asked it before. And you said it's possible, but it would take 2 turns. But since I'm at a distance and concealed anyway, I would like to use focus on a arrow shot
Okay.
at this guy's head.
Okay. So roll for the focus, and then roll for the shot.
All right, let me check the.
He's going for it.
Do it.
Go for it, folks.
As Palpatine would say.
Do it. Do it. Unlimited power.
Yeah, exactly.
Should I
Oh, sorry.
should I do the focus roll first?
Yes.
Okay. So then, and it's also a D6. So.
The focus was a 6.
Oh,
There you
nice.
go.
Roll it
Let's
again.
go.
Let's go. Oh, what a focus.
Oh dang.
What a 4 focus.
Holy shit.
Ooh, a 1. But you did hit a 6 on the focus, so go ahead and roll for the shot.
All right.
Dude,
Oh, is he 6 again?
you got this.
Dang.
You got this.
It's gonna be
A 5 for the
Oh,
shot.
Nice.
Plus, does it get plus?
So because of the 6 and the 5, the first turn is you kind of lining up, watching him run towards the caravan. So you're lining up the shot, and then right at the last possible second, you're going to take your action on this one. Then, to my understanding.
Yes.
So at the exact moment when you all of a sudden see a flourish of motion of sprinkles coming off of the top of the caravan, this one was so close that he was about to literally sort of cast his torch right on top of it. You wait until the last possible second, you let out a thump. The arrow goes and hits him directly like in the side of the neck. Thump. Holding the torch in his hand like this, straight up for a second, he's frozen. It's just black blood jutting out of the wound in his neck from the arrow. Like 3 feet from the edge of the caravan. We're gonna say which fate's gonna determine which way he topples. Oh, 1. He topples straight back. Boom. The arrow still seeping blood out of his massive wound in his neck. Go ahead and roll for your action.
I will line up an arrow at the next gentleman.
Okay. A 3. So again, seeming like that this monster is more focused on the caravan of the wagon itself, you just draw one arrow up quickly and let it fly. Hits him right in the midsection, which
Okay.
which slows him, but
Nice.
definitely doesn't stop him as he continues to take lurching steps toward. noticing you now, looking up at you, he takes his sword, reeling it back, and he heaves the sword directly at you while you're perched there. With a 1. What a throw. What a throw.
Hopefully you didn't hit the
I will
horses.
dodge it.
That's a 4. Yeah, I mean, crouching down low, it's right over your head. So now, not having any sword in his hand, he, from where he's standing now, you see him reel the torch back as if he's going to throw it now towards the caravan.
I have an action. I'm
Okay.
going to use my last 3 AP. And I'm going to use my skill. I believe this is the one. I want to do this if I'm incorrect, but the raving. Was that Garrett?
Raving Garrote.
Garrote, yeah.
So for that move, you have to walk up behind someone,
Oh.
take the wire, and put it over their neck to cinch it.
See, I got it confused with something
to properly
else.
garrote someone, you must approach them from the.
I thought it was like the diving attack where you jump on them.
It's a garrote. It's a garrote.
Guided stab.
It's kind of
or
like
something.
piano wire.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. All right then. Well, I will jump off, and I will use 1 AP, and I will use my dual stabs to interrupt his toss. So I'm going to jump at him with mine.
All right, do a dual stab, and because he was in the middle of his cast, he may get his throw off. We'll see if you can
We'll
intercept
see what
it.
happens. Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, is it all right? Is it all right?
We'll see what happens.
Hits a 3 on his first stab. Go ahead. Well, it Rapunzel too.
No, that's I don't get to keep that.
Yeah,
No,
Rapunzel
I
is-
needed that.
Didn't count. Sorry.
No, really not.
Oh, and hits a 1. Well,
Wow.
you're not gonna like this. He hit a 1.
Let's go! I still got the other one though.
So as you pounce, wow,
I had the
as you
3.
pounce into the dice tower, as you pounce down directly towards him, both knives out in the stabbing position,
Yeah.
he already went to hurl the torch as hard as he can. Because you were landing so close and he was in the throwing motion, you slam into him full on. But the torch then goes over and lands on your back as you land on top of him, and the torch lands on top of your back,
That's fine.
instantly igniting your whatever's on your back on fire.
No! Don't do that.
What do you mean don't do that? That's what.
Why'd you jump on him then when he was going
I still rolled a 3 on his 1. Like, it wasn't just 1. Like,
So, as soon as you're on top of him and you're kind of struggling with him, you realize your back is hot. Do you roll away?
I'm rolling. Yeah.
Do you stop, drop, and roll?
I'd try to stop myself.
Roll,
from
abandon
running.
your attack and roll a d6. A 6. Roll it again.
Bless you.
Fucking.
on?
So on a 6, you roll. As soon as you feel the heat on your back, you push yourself up off the ground and you roll onto your back, rolling hard and away. As soon as you made that first roll, you felt your back land something hard. But as soon as you come up, you look down and you realize that laying in the grass is now an extinguished torch. Looking over, there's a little bit of smoke coming off your back, but it was only for a second. You can't really see it right now because it's late at night in the middle of the battle.
I'll check it out later.
But you're like, ah, dang, did it get singed? Is it burned? You're not sure.
It's enchanted. It should have something.
But that did cost you a turn as he's going to get back up to his feet. And while you're looking over your wardrobe, making sure
Well, I
it's
didn't want to
intact-
check it now.
Oh, you were checking it.
No.
And he's going to
not-
pounce at you.
Oh,
With
wow.
a 3, you roll to evade.
I mean,
He has no torch, he has no sword. But he's got 2 hands. Ooh, and they want to hurt you.
bring it on.
Y'all throwing paws.
He lands short as you put up your hands and try to block his pounce. He then just kind of hits you right across the side of your
Oh, you
face.
just punched me.
Dealt 1d4 half the damage. That's 1 damage.
I already knew it.
Took a punch in the face. Takes a single damage.
It's like a bee sting. It's alright.
So as now you and this goblin-esque monster are trading blows here, back and forth. The turn order comes back around.
Awesome.
I'm gonna try to knock the one that I'm with out. Just knock him out. I don't want to kill him. Because I want to ask him questions. Like, where'd he come from? Why is he doing this? Does it want to work for us?
Well, then you can roll d6 to try to subdue but not kill.
Cool.
A 6.
Nice.
Roll it again. 2 6s.
Oh, let's go.
Will he get the subdue monster
Do it.
skill
Do it.
right
Do
now?
it.
A 5.
Oh,
God, man.
No.
Come on.
Woo.
Close.
So let's see if he gets a reaction roll. He hits a 6. The monster hits a 6.
But
The
he hit
monster
two
rolls
sixes.
again and hits a 4. And so, as you literally, he had a club in his hand. So he hit you the first time, hitting you on your wing, your arm. As you reel from the attack, you then countering it by springing at him, wings fluttering out behind you. So he didn't have time to get his club arm up as you kind of slam into him, and as you wrestle him back down to the ground, you were trying to get behind him to put him in like a choke move, getting your arm around his neck. He was struggling the whole time, his heavy club arm still kind of lumbering around as you knock him back down to the ground. But you are kind of like behind him, like trying to like kind of choke him, but he's rolling feverishly, clawing and scratching at your feathers and your arms, trying to get free.
Can I just like punch him in the ribs with what I don't have hooked around his head?
Roll the 6. A 6. Roll it again.
Yeah.
Cracking 6s. It was so close. That triple 6s was right there. So on a 6, he only hits a 2. Because you're behind him, again with your off weapon hand, you start kind of doing clubbing punches around his midsection area, forcing him to kind of brace his arm down to cover it up. And because you're bigger with wider shoulders and heavier, you instantly take advantage, swooping your other side of your body over and plowing yourself really over on top of his back until you're squarely face down with him face down underneath you. So from there, you can either kind of just rain in clubbing blows until you knock him out.
Yeah.
Oh well, he did scratch you a little bit. You take 2 damage
Ow.
from the turn before because he was clawing at you feverishly.
Yeah.
But go ahead and roll the 1d6 to rain clubbing blows on him. That's a 1. Try as you might with his hands over his head, he had discarded his club. You're trying to kind of knock you out, and he's just kind of covering himself, blocking himself from absorbing a lot of the damage. Your turn.
Okay. How far is Zap?
Oh, Zap is a close to medium range. Anytime.
Was it 10 to 15 feet or something?
Yeah.
I'll hop like maybe past this guy, warranting his attention.
He's already engaging you because of you did the hurt magic on him. So if you go to move so closer to him, he'll probably launch. He'll get an attack on you.
I'll take it.
Okay. So as you go to hop past him, let's see if he rolls to. Yeah. Roll d6. As you went to hop past him, he kicked out with his foot. Again, no boot on, just a dirty gray foot. But he kicked you, stopping you halfway through your jump, causing you to fall back a little bit. You only take 1 damage. But the kick is meant to be like a disarming or a shield blocking move. But he just stuffed your jump with it, causing you to be momentarily knocked back.
Am I still too far to use that?
No, you can. Oh, you've been close enough to use that.
All right, I'll use Zap on him.
So, 5, 10, 20. All right, you're. If you don't get close enough, because he is directly in the line, if you think about it that way, if you don't roll high enough, you Sprinkles may have to roll an evasion roll on it.
That's alright.
He says, "Let it fly, let it fly."
What you gotta do.
All right, here comes the Zap.
A 4. So a 5 or a 6 would have been far enough. So on a 4, you were squaring off against this brutish goblin monster, and it was kind of punching, and you were ducking, and you were trying to kind of. All of a sudden,
Trying to stab.
you hear it over your head. That crackle, that instantly, almost before you can think to react, you feel yourself jumping back because the hair on your whole body was standing up on end. But as you reel back, the zap that right in front of you causes both of you to kind of snap back and bounce, be a few feet away from each other. Neither of you took any damage, but it landed directly in between the both of you, causing you both to step back away from each other, clearing the distance. As you turn, he's already kind of pointing his sword at you. He says something in a language you don't understand. Glodum ring tram fora. And with sword in his hand, he's just going to do a wide overhand swiping strike at you. Oh. With a 5. Roll to evade.
I'll take the hit.
So he hits you directly straight on in the head. Choke.
You didn't even roll?
No.
You should choose to
I'll
roll
take
an
the hit.
attack and take the damage.
I'll take
And then roll an attack.
Ooh, I only rolled a 1. You only take 1 damage.
Does he get to roll an attack because he chose to take the damage?
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay.
didn't take a defensive
So you
action.
get like the positional.
But his sword is like stuck, an inch or two into the slime part of your
Into
head
the
right here.
lob.
Just kind of stuck in. He was expecting you to dodge or counterattack, but it went thump, and you kind of just look up at him. Go ahead.
I'll just try to hold the sword in my body to prevent him from pulling it away.
Nice. As you feel your body sort of
Well, you
ridge
can
it up
zap him
and
with it.
form up. He went to draw it out for a moment, and then pulls, and then goes to pull again. Grunting in frustration, he's going to attempt a kick move again on you. Oh, roll 1d6 to evade by 3. A 4. Yeah, this time you kept your body so incredibly hard. I mean, you were just thinking about nothing but forming yourself into the hardest substance you could think of. The kick landed square on in your face, like boom, causing you to stagger back and him to stagger back. And you take 1 damage. But his sword is still sticking out of your head like this, and he doesn't have it in his hands. You disarmed him.
It's in your inventory now. Equip it.
It's a rusty sword.
Can I just leave it like stuck in me like that?
Sure. Yeah, and it's just like hanging out like this. Yeah, like sure.
All right, I yell out to you to use me as a weapon.
I'm just gonna pull the sword out. I guess
No,
I
I'm gonna
can
say
grab
hardened
it.
so you can use me as a
I
hammer.
mean, my strength isn't that high. But
So now it comes to Drum's turn.
The guy hit in the neck
no.
is he still is he remotely alive?
No, you hit him directly in a vital point on his
Yeah, that
neck.
dude dead.
You
All
took-
right.
The focus turn that you took was the 6, and that added a bonus to your next roll anyways, and you hit a 5. So it was a 5 plus 1.
All right, perfect.
So it was enough to kill him while he was running, dead.
Well, I'm
So
standing right
this one is
here.
unarmed. He's tussling around on the ground with this one, trying to subdue it.
Mm.
And these two were sort of hand-to-hand fighting before a jolt separated them. Yeah, unarmed. As he,
And he's just kind
he
of staring at him.
He kicked Slippy, and Slippy staggered back.
He kicked Slippy.
He kicked him in his face.
I am throwing a fire spin at his face.
dude, let's
Let's
go. Let's
go.
fucking go.
A fire spin.
That's
Let's
what
go.
we needed.
Kick it, Slippy. You ain't doing that around here.
They ain't hurting me. Strongest slime there ever was.
Ever will be.
Took that full-on kick, and you were just like, and?
The adventure doubted it. Where is he now? Soil, basically.
Well, he's buzzard food. So on a 4, from this distance, again, from your outstretched hand comes a disc of fire, flashing, right? Hurling it back, you shoot it to where it almost, in its trajectory, has a small bit of an arc to it, right? As it leaving a trace of that light and fire streaming behind it. See, he roll a 1d4 because he was totally not prepared for it, and he hit a 2. So trying to get his hands up, the fire spin just splays against his wrist. It doesn't cut through it, but the fire hits it and almost splashes against it. Up his arm, down his side a little bit, and some of it breaks off over into his face. Lets out a scream and a yell, right, as now his arm is almost half engulfed in flames, and the fire spin lasts about a turn before it gets kind of extinguished. But he's ablaze for just a moment. As he kind of goes to spin around this way and that way, trying to keep you in his sights, he's instantly like panicking because his body's ablaze. Because you're within 1 square, that will give you an attack of opportunity.
Can the sword's still in me, right?
Yes.
I want to like shoot the sword out of my body at him.
That'd be cool.
Like handle first. I don't even care if it's not blade first.
Go ahead. Handle first.
D6.
Yeah. Propelling the blade back out of your body with a 5. It Foam does one lazy spin in the distance between the two of you. Whoop. The hilt hitting him square in his face as he was bringing his hands away from the fire. Clunk. I mean, he instantly just, his eyes, if you were to see them, would roll up in the back of his head as he falls back against the ground again, knocked out. And as soon as he lands, you know, the fire extinguishes in the grass and smoke rises from it. And he's got, his whole arm is covered in bubbling, blistering burns going all up to his shoulder from the fire spin. But he's knocked out, but not dead. You're realizing this, you kind of rush up to him, but a strange kind of feeling kind of comes over you as you do. You get an adrenaline that courses through you, like a moment of savagery, like you're going in for the kill. It really, and this is a strange feeling, but you kind of want to like devour him, like you want to eat this guy. It's weird.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll eat him.
Oh my god.
Roll D6.
It's okay. It's
Turn him
like,
into
I mean,
Kirby.
you never know.
He's already cooked a little bit,
Can
so
never
it's not like meat raw.
A 1. You kind of just hop on top of him, right? And again, he's like, you're kind of looking down at him, sitting atop his chest. You know, and he's knocked out cold, right? Again, his arm over here just smoldering from burns, bubbling all over it. Again, eyes closed, like tongue sticking out, just. So you'll get another opportunity when your turn comes back around. So now it comes to, well, that was an opportunity. So now the turn orders reset. So now it comes back to both of your turns again.
All right.
You were sort of on top of that goblin-esque monster, face down into the dirt. You were trying to pummel on the back of his head, but he was doing pretty good attempts to try to block you while trying to turn over or recover himself.
Can I just ask him if he speaks common? Like, do you speak common?
You do. He yells back, Glorksum Frontikpak.
I equip both of my daggers and I just cut straight into his back with it.
Roll D6.
We don't take kind of those words around these parts.
If I can't communicate with him, he has no
But you
use
felt
other
like you
than
got the
his
vague
experience.
sense that he said common is for, and then it must have been a slur in his language.
Nice.
Knives out into his back, right? He goes to let out a scream, but no air comes out, right? And after just a couple of moments of you trembling the blades into his back, his body goes limp.
Cool.
So it's going to come around to your turn now. Will you roll to continue to try to eat or devour this monster? Roll D6.
Alright, it's buffet time.
On a 3, you can definitely, like, as you start to, like, kind of sink over him a little bit, you can definitely start to feel like, you know, you're getting into where you can kind of, like, try to eat his flesh a little bit. And as soon as you do, you get this strangely exhilarating feeling. There seems to be something at the end of this tunnel, something at the end of this compulsion that you just have to get to now. Roll again. So on a 2, you know, you finally sort of like get to a place in your mind where you're like, yeah, you know, this, I did it. You feel something lingering because you rolled a 2. We'll say, as you kind of like go to hop over this direction now, going to help Sprinkles, you feel something lingering in your mind after you did that, like. He kicked you, right? And now you really feel like after you did that, maybe you could try that kick and you could maybe do it. So we'll say you picked up a skill by doing that, but it's called it's a skill that you get before you get the skill. It's like how Sense Mentalis or Sense Electralis works.
Okay.
But we'll call it a predate move because it predates the skill, and so we'll call it a predate kick. And so you'll be practicing it or trying on enemies until you actually get a successful one off, and then you'll learn the kick move, which is a disarming close range kick.
That's awesome. Just a big foot comes out of
A big foot comes out of the slab. Poof! There goes your sword. Poof! There goes your shield.
Exactly.
How much?
It always comes from the bottom, so it's like cartoonishly.
It
Like,
doesn't
whoa!
cost any
Like
MP.
you go
You can
straight
use it
up.
5 times a day.
Like me, like mess with the cell phone.
And you roll a
Yeah.
1d8.
Smithy. No, take it.
So it comes around to Irving's turn. Oh, actually, no. Your turn. Your
Yeah,
turn
so
just ended.
it's,
Then it was your turn, and now
your
it comes
turn,
down to
yeah.
between Drum and Sprinkles. So there's gonna be Sprinkles' turn.
Let's go.
You were trading blows with that monster until that zap magic happened right between you, separating you for just a moment.
Right.
Re-readying your weapons, the monster looks around for a rock to pick up or a branch or anything.
Dual stab.
Go ahead. Taking advantage of his moment of weakness.
What goes in a minute?
A 4.
Watch, here's another one.
You can roll 4s all day. Is that what you're saying? He
No.
knocked his 4 into a 5, but flipped a 2.
It's alright, one of those is good.
And I hit a 1.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Let's go!
Maybe you don't need the sixes.
So, looking up at you startled as he took just a moment to look around for something on the ground he could use as a weapon. But as soon as you saw his eyes flicker away from your position, you pounced at him with every strength your legs would give you. Even as he was looking up, trying to get his arms up defensively, the knives were already chunk into his chest. So, and as he falls back, the knives are still sticking out of his chest, now black, gooey blood welling up out of the wounds. Looking over him, you say,
Welcome back. Thanks for playing.
say, oh, you met my 2 knives. That one's called Welcome Back, and that one's called Thanks for Playing.
Nice.
So, it comes down to your turn. The only enemy that doesn't appear to have been subdued. Well, actually, wait. No, that's everyone. All the enemies are subdued.
Yeah, I'd like to go loot the guy I got in
killed.
the neck.
All the enemies are killed. Look at
Is
that.
that experience you want?
Yep.
So, as the chaos sort of starts to quiet down a little bit,
We went.
the sounds
it
of
was
weapons
this is gonna be an
relinquish,
experience thing.
and everyone tries to start to calm down a little bit. Looking around at these monsters, they really are just seem like kind of savage little half goblin, half humans that maybe wander the plains together in a pack and attack whatever comes near them. They don't seem to be carrying any mill or any expensive items or trinkets. They just have the cloths on their bodies and they're rusty and brute weapons.
I want to collect their parts.
You want to take their bodies, their whole bodies, or you want parts of their bodies?
Can I take
Shall we
this
split
asshole
their
body?
bodies? Or should we all
Just
each
like
get a body?
in my inventory?
We all each get one, like
I
what?
kind of
Like,
ate one of them.
what is it?
Yeah.
Goblin?
I'll call
orc?
it a goblan, a Goblan, a goblin.
Nice.
One
One
goblin body.
So they saw fit to, instead of taking pieces off the goblins, to take them directly, stuffing them into your inventory.
Yeah.
That's right.
Picks up body.
We each get one.
Everyone also gets, let's see, 7 times. Everyone gets 6 times. Everyone gets 24 experience.
Oh, nice.
And as the danger subsides, and again everything, you put the bodies away and recover all the. There was 2 rusty swords. There were 2. They all had torches, so now there's 4 torches you can add to your group. And the caravan didn't take any damage, didn't take any fire, and was left relatively safe. Narrowly evaded any damage to its person. And that is a great place for us to take a brief little intermission after they just finished that battle and took care of business, to say the least. You guys took some damage, though, right? It didn't seem like anyone was gonna die, but
Yeah,
I took
5
one damage.
Yeah, I might half health.
I took none. I'm fine.
I took 5.
So this
I'm
will
gonna
take
try
you into
three.
kind of settling back around the fire after the fight, and then which will probably set you guys into kind of going to sleep for the night, right? Because now it's past the point to where the sun's already set. It's laid out. You can hear the occasional raven chirping and things like that, and a bullfrog croaking in the distance. But it's a still, quiet night across the plains.
I'm gonna ask Steve and Clean if they can cook up these bodies for me, since I now have a hankering for
Well,
them.
like, do you just like absorb them into your like
We gonna
your
find
goo and like
I want them
dissolve
cooked in
them?
season.
I mean,
I mean, you could do that.
there was just something about that moment where they were down and like they were, you had an opportunity, but it was more about like taken something from them than anything. Like, you thought that if you kept doing it, you could take something from it, and you did. So if you do that to a different type of enemy each time, you may get a chance to do that every time.
Sick.
I would like some arrows from Irving if he would be willing to.
You guys want to trade arrows, and you guys want to get camp set up for the night?
Well,
and do all
I want to
that?
get feathers. I guess.
Yeah, I'd like to tether my sea tent
Nice.
between
nice.
the wagons.
Well, your feathers that
Getting all,
come from
getting
your
all
body.
tented up and propped
Irving.
up for a night over the plains.
Yeah, the horses
the
have been
We're
feathers.
gonna
bad.
take a brief little intermission to do some necessities. They're actually tearing up the basement downstairs and doing some renovations. I'm in the bathrooms. They're replacing the whole shower. I'm gonna go check on that and see how everything is going.
I'm gonna go test it
We're
out.
gonna take a brief little intermission. We will be right back in just a little bit.
We'll see you this time.
This time.
This time.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
So, we're back from the intermission. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you everyone for sticking around and watching. They had just defended the Caravan valiantly against a quartet of assailants, resuming the campfire scene to its previous splendor. And now everyone is sitting around the campfire now. The Caravan's, right up behind you, nestled up against you, with the road just on the other side. So you get a lot of protection from the big heavy wagons right there behind you. And the firelight dancing across everyone's faces as you're talking about the battle that just happened, and talking about the goblins and talking about the Caravan, and Sting and Kling were kind of arguing with each other about this and that too. But you guys can talk with each other. You can do any skills and checks and things you have for the day. You can do. You can talk with Sting and Kling, or your characters can go to sleep for the night. Zelfer, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
They're about to go to sleep, and you know what happens when they go to sleep, right?
Were you trying to? What were you trying? Were you trying to cook something other than the goblin?
I like to meditate.
Do we have some cooking attempts happening?
I like to meditate by the fire specifically.
Really? A little fireside meditation. Let me see if I
You could have some roasted goblin.
That would also go hard.
It's not like any of us are the same race as them.
Roasted goblin.
What are those?
Make jawbreakers out of them, call them gobstoppers.
Wow. Do you guys have things you want to cook?
Goblin.
They want to cook the goblins.
I don't.
Yeah, I want to just keep on.
But we do.
Yeah, we'll cook the one I didn't fully eat. And
I
the
gotta
one
have
he
fun
ate.
being a Namekian.
So you that would amount to what? You just throwing their bodies over the fire?
Chopping them up, maybe sticking them on sticks, and then roasting
Yeah,
them over
doing
the
some.
fire.
Oh yeah, I need to. I want to use my giant cleaver and try to fillet them up.
Oh my god.
Roll 1d6.
Man, I meditate before doing it.
Oh, that's premeditation right there. That's what that
I'm
is.
gonna use my hammer to tenderize it, and then my daggers to chop it up afterwards.
Nice. Meditate, and you can roll for a 2. Go ahead and roll for yours.
Where's the dang
Breaking away from the group, getting things ready. A 6. Roll it again. This is
tenderizing?
right. And so anyone that would be paying attention to the two of you, as you took a couple of steps aside from the campfire, are over there with the crackling of bones and sinew as you're ripping body parts apart, cleaving them down with your cleaver and chopping them apart at the joints and the sections.
I'm also hammering in rhythm.
Yeah, at the same time, you're literally with the body stretched out below you, just pounding it flat, crunching.
I'm like 15 feet off. I'm just like.
And then I'm gonna hand it over to Drum to ask him to chop up Mon for me.
You're just holding your ear and your jaws agape. You're like, what?
Sickening thuds and crunching of bones, yeah.
Yeah, no. I'll fillet them up. Get us some
You could have gob skewers.
good blonde nuggets.
So roll. So you cut yourself into sections, right?
Yeah.
So roll. I'll give you 1d4 plus 1. 2 plus 1. So out of everything that you were able to cut and hew apart and then cook, only enough of it was enough. If you would try to eat it, would be enough of about 3 sections of it, 3 pieces or charges, or and it is cooked goblin. So you can say because you threw it over the fire that you roasted it. It's roasted goblin.
Sick.
And we smash it.
Roasted goblin.
Smash gob.
Oh well, you can you want to go ahead and do yours too, right? So because you didn't really necessarily cut yours apart, you can roll.
Wait, I'll ask Cling and Sling and Fling Bean
And
if
I
they
can
have any seasonings for this.
I can also cut his apart with the cleaver.
A 2 and a 4. Sting looks over his shoulder at you, visibly disgusted. Kling looks over at you and says, "Oh, I wouldn't waste good salt on that flesh."
Mm.
More for me then, as I maliciously turn away from them and roast mine over the fire.
Well, that's more for me then.
Can I eat my?
So yeah, because you didn't necessarily cut or hack any of yours apart, you can roll a straight 1d6 on as many as you get.
Alright.
3. But because it's 3 and it was full size, they're big pieces. They're big hunks of it. You get 3 big chunks to call it any other word would be a disservice, I guess. And they're roasted goblan hunks.
Alright.
Bigger than a serving by far. It's probably 2 or 3 servings in each one.
I'm gonna take each of those servings and split it between all the horses of each 3 carriages. So those horses,
You want to try to give the horses
Roasted.
roasted goblan meat? Well, we're gonna see how many of them are actually happy to eat the flesh of their enemies.
They're gonna get mad cow disease and start attacking us.
Turn into undead.
Well, there are 6 horses.
A spider horse.
The 4 in the back, the 2 in the back definitely have nothing to do with it. The 2 in the middle don't seem to are semi-interested in the smell, and one of them may even take a little bit of a nibbling bite of it just to examine it and spits it back out. The 2 in the front, old Kaiser.
Oh no.
Well, Kaiser, and hitting a 4, does something similar, but you notice because of something about him in his will, he seems to deliberately take a bite.
Can I run up and try to get it out of his mouth?
Oh, as you rush up to him to aid him, he turns his head away from you, finishing it.
Kaiser, come on now, bro.
He stamps once. He something about his demeanor, like I said, seemed like he wanted to do it.
Can I pet him?
Sure, roll d6. Well, with a 1,
Oh no.
as you reach up to kind of pet him, he unfortunately drops something large and unfortunate out of his hind end. Standing back for a second, yeah, he seems to be in quiet reflection after taking a bite of that food.
I like to mold
I'll just
myself.
shake my head and walk away.
I like to mold myself into the form of a poop emoji.
Nice. Nice. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask him what an emoji is.
It's a sign of my people.
Yeah,
We use for
Brilliant.
some may call them sigils. I also call them shenanigans.
On a 3, you do manage to almost turn the color, but as you go to turn into the shape, say it's been a long day and you've already been fighting all day and there was a sword in your head, you just can't quite seem to form it for long enough, and you snap back into place. But it was a big, you don't want to look at it. But you both definitely cooked both of your goblins and got your parts. And did you use all your servings when you fed all the horses?
No, I still have my goblin parts, and
The horse didn't really eat it, did they?
No. And so I guess you could go back over to their little troughs and recollect them if you wanted to.
Yeah, they're not gonna eat. I'll take it out of there.
Okay. There was 6 in total, and 2 of them, the horses did sample and eat, so I don't know if you want to eat after them. But there were 4 that weren't really used.
Alright, I'll throw them in the woods.
I will also throw my roasted goblin in the woods.
If it ain't good enough for the horses, it ain't good enough for me.
No.
Yeah, but if they bite it, they ain't gonna.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's not a bad idea. My first thought was that you never know what you could lure.
Let's set up a trap.
You know, what you could lure, what could be lured
Let's
to
set
that
up a
spot.
trap with it.
Something that you could maybe, See, and you can just toss them off, and they
We can
go
work
out
together.
30 or 40 feet as you kind of hurl them out into the darkness. Really, fire crackling again
Can I
around
cook
everyone.
something?
Of course. What will you be cooking?
I had this giant clam
The clam.
or large clam.
A clam?
And I just wanted to take it and throw it like in the hot coals and let it chill there until it pops. And then I was going to grind up a healing herb and some crimson berries, mix that herb and the juice together and pour that on top of it when it pops.
So you want to do 2d6s for that, or you want to do it 1d8 for all of it?
I'll do a D8.
Okay.
I've been rolling so bad on my D8s tonight. I think this is going to be the one. Do you know what it is?
Let's go.
6.
Let's
Nice.
All right.
Combining the, grinding up the berries into a paste and cleaning up the healing herbs and mixing them together makes a bit of a flaky paste, right? Which you then put over the, what were you been cooking?
A large clam.
Oh, so it's kind of over the shell. And then you do have to send it into the coals, and then after a few minutes, you kind of turn it over and wait a few more minutes, and turn it over again. And to the point to where, do you hear something softly sizzling or popping? Reaching in, it's almost too hot to handle this. You have to scoop it out and set it on the cool grass next to it. And now it has the steam just rising off the thick plumes.
Alright, has it popped? Is it open?
I mean, you heard it sizzling, and so you took it off right away. It doesn't look open, but it's definitely like.
It's like the little seal. Is it open at
Oh,
all? Is it still tight?
That's not
Some
closed.
pry it
That's
open.
open.
Can I just take my knife and just pry it a little bit, see how resistant?
Roll a 1d4 to avoid taking damage on your little kitty paws. So eager to grab it. It's so hot.
You got D12.
3. Yeah. You do wait long enough to where you can, getting one hand against it to tilt it up, get the knife in, and try to pry it open. And you definitely do. And prying it open, it's got.
Just gonna open it like that.
Yeah, I mean, it pries open enough to where you can look inside, and you can have to pull a little bit, but it cracks open, and it's got like, is it the clam itself with like all this meat inside of it? It's like tan and white.
Nice. I'm gonna add the
Oh
herb
yeah,
and
you
the
added
juice.
that to the outside while you're cooking it, so it already kind of you can already smell it as you were
Okay.
opening it, but you can still add some onto the inside and kind of combine it all together to make a dish.
I meant to like just pour it inside as soon as it was done, and like.
And it's still like piping hot, so you can serve it. You can, I guess, put it in your inventory, or you can go ahead and eat
will. Is it one serving for a person?
it. It is only 1 serving's worth.
Okay, I'll eat it.
You want to eat it now?
Yeah.
So it does restore 2 HP and 2 AP.
No. Does it make me? Will it like if we go to sleep? Will it help me be like well rested?
Well, everyone is already pretty tired. It's been a pretty taxing day as far as taking over the caravan and subjugating its remaining crew. Well, they're really working with you. It's more of a budding conglomeration.
What are the options they got? None. That's what I heard.
Sting and Kling have been kind of talking back and forth as everyone else has been talking too. About the ferry and about what they think is going to happen when they get there, because it's going to cost money. But they might almost certainly know someone working around there, or maybe who might be kind of hanging around. So they're going to be keeping their eyes out for people that they might know.
Well, good on you, boys.
And as the night creeps wearily on, you can feel fatigue setting in. As one after another, you kind of just sort of lie on your back, either on the grass or on the canvasy section in front of the campfire, with your with your, your cover or your bedroll piece over you, staring up at the dizzying stars above you in the sky.
Ask Cling and Fling if they know any songs.
He says, Sting says, it's not really a song, but more of a prayer that shopkeepers always used to say before they go to bed at night. And you hear Cling, who was already kind of rolled over in his bedroll like he was already asleep. He's like, it's always a dumb kiddie thing. But he says, oh, it's not, it's just a little prayer. It says, we go to sleep, our dreams we won't weep, and when we wake, our items will keep. Something about waking up, make sure all your stuff is still there when you, before you went to sleep, right?
Cool.
I'm gonna go sleep in the carriage. The one
Sure.
that's up front.
Sure, no problem. You can nestle either into the seat where you would ride from, or just find a spot in the back. And there's stuff stacked up in there, but you can always nestle in there and find a spot.
Yeah, I'll just slime my way in there.
So you'll be sleeping inside the carriage. Everybody else, one after the other, succumbs to the weary release of slumber. But when sleep happens in StevieMillPlays, it's not what you would expect, not ever what you would think. And everyone does have a dream while they're sleeping. And we'll say that Drum's dream, and it was starting out. He's always having these strange dreams where he's walking through the wilderness, and he just happened to walk up to what looked like a brook over in front of him, just bubbling with water. He pauses as he stands over it. The reflection that looks at him is him for a second, but then it's him, but with a different look on his face, with a darker shade, almost sneering back at him. He says a word, but you can't hear what it is. He's dreaming. He says, and he's like, he doesn't get it. But as that sort of fades away, and the grass and the water and the sky even, just sort of particle by particle, all just sort of fade away. You're all of a sudden walking in, amongst bright, white, puffy clouds with, the mist going up to about your knees. You get this serene sense of calm over you. As in the background, you see, a beautiful, picturesque, bright blue sky. And as you take 2 steps forward, bounding next to you is Slippy for sure. He looks up at you and he says, I just went to sleep. Am I dreaming already?
You just went to slip, huh?
Oh.
I do the elbow, huh?
Don't slip on this one.
Oh.
But then before you know it, as the two of you go to advance on, it's Sprinkles on the other side of Slippy, and it's Irving. You feel him kind of reach up and kind of grab the inside of your arm as you're kind of, all the 4 of you are walking along in a line. And then a light of pure energy, boom, comes down in front of you in a column. The clouds sweep away for a moment. Standing in front of you is, say it's a tall, dashing-looking figure with dark hair, but it's way all curved over on one side, trying to look fashionable, but it's really hard to tell. Wearing a dark, heavy coat, and it looked like he was had something in his hand jingling, but you really can't tell what it is. It's like he was walking, about to go somewhere. Stepping out, he's like straightening up his coat. He says, "Welcome back."
Welcome back, Stevie, man.
Welcome back.
He says, "We've all come to this grand intersection of dreams, a place where thought and reality seem to blend, and all can be any can be one, and one can be many. Here we often like to test our mettle, test of strength or luck, or even leave it to the roll of the dice. But any situation can occur, anything can be possible. You never know what can lie around the corner. some events that happen while you're sleeping in this dream realm, or night games, as we call them for short. Some are favored more than others, right? Some of you guys like to play more than others. There's some favorites, a couple of hits, some things on the rotation. So amongst them, our favorite number game, Hits and Misses. What a fantastic game! You can also, there's also 4 of you there. If you guys wanted to do a little mini Edarock action, you could definitely do that too.
I do still have the Quadra-Rock belt.
There is a Quadra-Rock belt, and that was the first person to 4, right? Wow. Well, if you defend that, you'll get quite a purse, and you should take it from him, you'll get a mil prize right off the top. Well, the 3 of you step up to the plate.
I'm down for whatever.
Let's go.
So it's the first person to 4 points.
Let's get the box out.
Yeah.
Oh, we're playing night games.
Move all these stuff. They're mostly gone.
Time to go over the box. Drops a thick deuce right in the center of the box. Step 1, drop the deuce on the top.
Oh.
Put nothing good in there.
Me.
Alright.
Whoops.
D20, so I'm really sure.
There's a 6.
I had a 6.
Yeah, we
Is
both
everybody
had a
ready?
6. Absolutely.
We're doing practice rolls there.
Gonna have to stand up for most of these rolls. when we
Alright,
get
so
going.
this is round 1 of the Quadra-Rock tournament. Who will reign supreme? Who will defend the title? We'll find out this time.
Let's see.
A deuce. Dropping the early deuce.
Somebody hit that.
Are we not all going
He just
at
walked
the same
over in
time?
the corner. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, I thought we were
everyone-
going in order. I didn't know
I
we was
just-
going.
Oh, I thought we were going to go over there.
I mean, it's Edarock, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can beat all these. No, I can't.
The 4 takes it. And Slippy gets point number 1. Going
Nice.
into round 2. Oh, he bumped the 4 up to a 5 to force a tie-off. Tie-off for the second round between 2 worthy competitors.
Curse these big man hands.
There you go.
I've got your boxes.
3, 2, 1. Wait, no. It
Oh, it was
it
a
just
roll off between 2 players.
Can I re-roll? That was a distraction.
Crushed it with a 6 bomb.
no,
Crushed it with a
no.
6 bomb
Sorry.
and roll it again.
It distracted me too.
There were layers to that cheek.
I get to reroll my shit.
So,
Karma.
so,
Yeah.
so it's 1
Straight
point,
up.
1 point, 0 points, 0 points going into round 3.
3, 2, 1.
Ooh, a tie-off with 5s.
Oh, sorry.
A tie-off with 5s. The mark rears his ugly head.
Oh, damn.
Like,
That boy flying.
takes point number 2. We have 1
2
point
fives.
to 2 points to 0 points to 0 points going into round number 4.
Scary.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, you knocked me
A
into
tie off
point.
on 5s again this time with
Going to
3,
me.
2,
Wait,
1.
it's not me.
cracks
he got
a
it.
6 to take point number
Get my
2 and
roll.
roll it again.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, what a
Little
spinner.
yeah.
2 points to 2 points to 0 points to 0 points going into round 5.
Maybe I should stand up.
Stand up is the move.
Camera's gone.
Going into round number 5.
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Oh, damn.
6.
The 6 takes it. So now we are in a game point situation, folks.
Oh, well, I'm being too much with it.
We're in a game point situation. 2 points to 3 points to 0 points to 0 points going into round number 6. Will a new Quadra-Rock champion be determined this round?
Probably. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no. Somebody got hit that 6.
6! Getting a point. So now it's 3 points to 2 points. to 1 point to 0 points.
Don't remember.
Going into round number 7, the tournament continues on.
Oh.
Boom! Look at 3 1s, 3 1s, and a 6. If that wasn't fate saying,
It's about time, man.
so now it's
Welcome
1
back.
point
It's the way
to
things
1
are.
point to 2 points to 3 points. Going into round, what is this, round 8?
I didn't mean
Huh?
to
Oh,
actually
the
touch that.
fives.
It's still a 5 though. Okay, cool.
5s
I don't
to
feel
determine who will get this point. It's a pivotal moment
3,
here.
2,
Pivotal moment.
1.
I like it.
Oh.
Oh.
Where'd
Where'd he go?
Ooh, but he cracked a 2. He cracked a 2.
Ooh.
Ties it with a 2.
Whoa.
Hate to see it.
3, 2, 1. How?
A 4. And a 6 to take point number 2.
Whoa.
So now it's 2 points to 2 points to 1 point to 3 points. There are challengers who are stepping up. Going into round number 9.
Oh wow!
Oh! Hit the 6, but could not
Crazy.
change it.
What's
Could
going
not
on?
change it. So now it's 3 points to 3 points to 2 points to 1 point. We have 2 players who are 1 win away from taking the title away.
This is crazy.
Will it happen in this round number 10?
We're going to find out.
2.
3, 2. Damn.
Uh-oh, an early 5. Oh, no!
Huh?
Oh
Oh wait, no. Does he have to hit it again?
wow!
Hit the 6.
Yeah, hit that 6.
You didn't hit.
Yeah, I can't keep this thing.
Huh?
Oh!
Oh, nice.
He still wins. He still wins with 3.
Crazy.
A 1, a 1, a 2, and a 3.
My dirty tactics
To
couldn't
finally
win us.
secure the 4th point going into round number 10 to take the Quadra Rock Championship title away.
Let's go.
The Quadra Rock title.
Yeah.
That's where it should be.
Nice. So
came home.
for taking the Quadra Rock title, I will give you 2d4. I'll give you 1d4 times 44, but I'll give it to you twice.
Wait, 1d4 times 44?
Yeah. Just like with the triple rock, but I'll give you 2 of them.
So I roll 2d4s.
Savage. 20's are all weak.
So d4.
A d4. Yeah. So you get 4 altogether. 3 on this one and 1 on this one.
Okay, that's a 4 times 4.
It is. So now you are the Quadra Rock Championship title holder.
Correct.
Very nice.
I still have the physical item, the belt that gives you a plus to blocking. Do you want that too?
Oh. Do I just automatically get it, or does it?
I don't remember. I think that I rolled something where I think that I got that.
That's a unique
physical
item that
piece
you
or
got that was different. You keep that, but
Okay.
I
I
hold
can't
the,
remember
I hold the
100%
title.
though.
You can have the.
Well, you the champ. You should wear the belt.
Do I get a new belt or?
Oh, was that the belt?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I got a physical belt for something in the same Edarock that I won the Quadra Rock.
And what was it called?
The Quadra Rock belt.
Yeah,
And it
that is the belt then. It's an accessory. So as soon as you get it, it goes out of your inventory into your inventory.
Cool.
So you have the Quadra Rock belt and you can wear it as an accessory. And it gives you a +1 to blocking.
Yeah.
You got the belt, champ.
You have the belt. What a hard-fought victory too.
Yeah.
So there was a request earlier on for another particular night game that we're going to go right on the back of that one.
Nice.
The popular game known forever as Hits and Misses.
Ooh.
Index card.
I think I have one actually.
Thank you.
If you wanna. Keep
Oh, you gave me 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I got 2 now.
Yes.
I kept one.
So it is a number guessing game, and the DM has to pick a 3-digit number. The numbers ranging between 1 and 9, and there can't be any duplicate numbers. So let's go ahead and
Actually,
pick.
I need this.
Liar.
Yeah, we need this. I don't need it.
Or you said between 1 and 9?
So no zeros, and there's no no duplicates in the number.
And it's 3 digits.
3 digits and no repeats.
1 through 9, no zeros. So you're gonna end up using 3 out of the 9 numbers. And then
I've selected my number. So the way this works is that I look at each player's number, and then I tell them if they have any hits or if they have any misses. If a player has a hit, they have one of the numbers correct in the correct spot. If a player has a miss, they have one of the numbers correct but in the wrong spot. And so we see how many rounds it takes for the players to select the correct number. All right, and we will start from this direction, and we'll just go around.
just hand them the card.
1 hit, 0 misses.
You probably want to write that down next to it, like 1H, and then however many misses you have.
1 hit, 0 misses. 1 hit, 0 misses.
Huh.
Whoa.
0 hits, 1 miss.
That was the odd man.
So, I wonder if I can. I show my number to the camera for a second. So.
Oh wow!
It'll be on the
I can
screen.
look it up.
Whoa,
say!
Oh, what the cheetahs over here?
Yeah. Drop it in the chat.
What do you mean?
Remy's like, rave point for whoever didn't pick up their phone immediately.
You guys are gonna go into well, this is just round 2, isn't it?
Yep.
It's so now that you know what, well, you can come up with your next number based on the information you got from the first one. So if one of those was a hit, you want to keep that one in, but then you can kick the other 2 out and replace those with different numbers.
But you have no way of knowing which one is the hit.
But you don't know which one the hit was.
So like, don't overthink it.
So
At some point, you have to guess.
just pick one and assume it is. Hope for the best. Even a 0-0 isn't even a bad thing.
Yeah, 0 hits, 0 misses. That means you can eliminate those numbers.
1 hit, 1 miss.
Ooh, you got 2 right numbers.
So one of those numbers is right in the right spot. One of the other numbers is right, but in the wrong spot. 0 hits, 0 misses.
Ooh, that's telling.
0 hits, 1 miss.
Ooh, that's the worst.
1 hit, 1 miss. Nice. Going into round 3, we've got some people that are close, that are on the hunt for the number.
So my turn.
We're at the start of round 3 in hits and misses. The thrilling number logic game here on StevieMillPlays. 2 hits, 0 misses.
2 hits.
1 hit, 1 miss. 0 hits, 0 misses. 1 1 hit, 0 misses. Going into round 4 now. Going into round 4. We're kind of getting into the medium tier loot money category now. If you can win in 3 turns, you normally win some pretty good stuff. Winning around the 3rd or 4th turn, it can be just okay. But winning at 5 turns, you
Thanks
may
for playing.
you may get a hearty healing herb and thanks for playing, but we'll see. 1 hit, 1 miss. 1 hit, 1 miss. 2 hits, 0 misses. 2 hits, 0 misses. Going into round 5, I will give a prize out to the player that does get the number first. There is that bonus. Because every player is still eagerly on the hunt. For those who tune in or watch us later on YouTube or have stuck around this long on the stream, guys, thanks for playing. We appreciate you. It'll be night games probably all the way up until minutes to midnight, and then we'll probably put it at an end there for the night.
We'll sign off.
Yeah.
1 hit, 0 misses. We have a winner.
Yes!
Hey.
We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. 2 hits,
You can keep playing.
0 misses.
Oh, I know it isn't.
2 hits, 0 misses.
There's literally only one option left.
This would be going into round 6. Oh, you watched Raw? How was it? Give me the rundown, Rox. What happened on Raw tonight? And welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Is it Sami Zayn and all them that are on SmackDown?
I think so, but I'm not sure.
So who was so what? Yeah. Was it the build up between the match with Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns? Is that what what it was about? Was it about the Usos? Nice. I go back and watch the highlights anyways, the day after, because I never, we're here on Monday nights.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
The Bloodline has been on fire for real.
We should have
It's
a grappling
been on
thing
fire.
at a Rock tournament one day during Raw.
They've been amazing. We have a winner. We have a winner.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's also what I thought it was.
We have a winner.
Oh!
Nice.
Cena buried.
They should've brought it.
Why are they letting Cena come out and bury anyone with his golden
You
shoulder?
guys want to
You-
see
you
how
rock.
I did
We
it?
just played a game of hits and misses. The winner, of course, Levi, winning hits and misses, and it still took him 5 rounds. Took him a while.
I deduced it mathematically.
Logan Paul puts on good matches. I don't care what anybody says. He's got. I guess he's got a knack for it. So yeah, Rox knows all about a little game called Hits or Misses, having played it many times himself. So for winning Hits or Misses, do you want an item or do you want a mill roll?
Is it just a random type of item?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
I can't get any insight as to what it would be.
No,
I'll just get a mill roll.
right? Then I'll give you, for winning, I'll give you 1d6 times 50.
Ooh.
And
Ready
a
for my 50 mil.
And a hearty thanks for playing. A
Ooh.
5.
250.
250 mil.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
you see, a bunch of everyone had almost 2 hits, 0 misses right at the end, but then everyone literally got it, boom, 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 all at the same time. Yeah, the number was 329, by the way. That was the number. I decided to put the 2 in the middle to throw off all those would-be 427 number selectors out there, thinking they could pick a little 427 to start out with. It throws them off. It throws them off nice and good.
That's why I felt so weird. When
Levi
I
says, "That me next time."
Yep.
I put down 327, and I was like, "That's wrong. That's not right." But it's the next one on the list. So.
Do we even have time for another one?
Oh, does everyone want to do another round of hits and misses?
I would love to.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, we're like 14
Okay,
minutes.
and I'm going to show my number to the camera this time too, so that you guys.
Everyone, look at the camera. No, I'm just kidding. Look away.
So that before the game starts, you guys can get an inclination as to what the number's going to do. I've selected my number. Alright, so we'll start on the other side this time around. Oh man, are we actually going to record Minutes to Midnight tonight? I don't know that I've done that yet.
I think we've done it once.
Have I recorded
I
and
could be
streamed
wrong.
Minutes to Midnight? One of the best night games in the history of night games, Minutes to Midnight.
It's really good.
Alright, so we'll start with your number. 0 hits, 1 miss.
It's on the bottom half.
0 hits, 1 miss.
Mm.
Not a good start. Not a good start for our players. 0 hits, 1 miss.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, not a good
This is
start
like the
at all.
inverse of the last
Not a
one.
good start at all for our players. 1 hit, 0 misses. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, Rox does have on hand, he just put something really tech in the chat. He does on hand one of my old cursed D6s that I used to play with long ago that, I mean, I have a couple dice that I use now, and the red one that I use is lukewarm most of the time. But this black one I roll is consistently like fire. So I do have one that's semi-cursed, but I've definitely had, well, I know what...
Said blue, right?
Yeah, because I used to have, well, I had a couple different sets that I used, but I was in a blue set and a red set, or, jeez. That was back when we, so I lived with the Revan Heart back in the day. Man, so long ago. So long ago.
Whose turn is it?
We did everyone's round number 1. Going into round number 2, it's 0 hits, 1 miss.
Lovely.
Okay. That might have looked right.
1 hit, 0 misses.
Let's go.
They're lining them up. 2 hits, 0 misses. Oh no!
Oh, man.
Levi cracks a 2 hits, 0 misses on
Twice in a
round
row.
number 2. 1 hit, 0 misses. Going into round 3, Levi's hot on the trail with a 2-0 already. Will he secure the round 3 win?
The more times I get it wrong,
0
the more
hits,
I learn.
0 misses. Zero hits, 1 miss. Let me see. That's this number here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And I'm sorry, my last one was 0 hits, 1 miss, right?
Before that one. Yeah. 0 hits, 1 miss. 1 hit, 1 miss.
Okay.
Oh no, he didn't get the win. He didn't get it. 0 hits, 0 misses. Going into round number 4. Good night, Zelfer. Thank you for staying up late and hanging out with us, bro. the trail.
I don't think I have.
One hit, 0 misses. Zero hits, 1 miss. That's one in the bottom corner, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I might have it. If not, there it could be another thing.
Oh, we have a winner.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. Look.
Takes down another one. What an absolute hits and misses legend.
That was a 4th round win. Getting better.
Oh,
Yeah, dude.
$30 for a ticket, bro? You should definitely go. I would go just to see Fear Factory, because that's one band I never got to see when I was, hanging out with you guys there and everyone. I never got to go see them. I would love to go see them. They're in Atlanta next week. Tickets are $30. Man. 1 hit, 0 misses. Coming around to round 5. 2 hits, 0 misses. 2 hits, 0 misses. Closing in.
You want to show the camera how I won?
Show them his progression. This is his progression, folks. It's a good format for playing the game if you're gonna line up how many hits and misses you have based on your guesses.
Oh,
Yeah, they just went. It's your turn.
oh, they did?
Yeah, they each had 2 hits, 0 misses.
Oh.
0 hits, 1 miss. Yeah. 0 hits, 1 miss. The last one is a.
Do you have a jewel chip?
It's.
We don't have to get it now. We can wait till after midnight.
I have enough components.
I think I have mine
If I
actually.
look around enough. I know I've got a ton of. I know I've got
No,
it
I
in my
think
room.
I have one. It's okay. It's okay. I remember I have one.
1 hit, 0 misses. We have a winner.
Me?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Man.
I knew it was.
I wasn't sure. What number is this? Is it a-
Oh, that's the one.
Oh, well then I thought it was a 9. That changes things.
Oh.
Last time instead of having 0 hits, I'll let you go again. Last time instead of having, pretend like you didn't see the number there. But instead of having 0 hits, 1 miss, you actually had you had 0 hits and 2 misses. Yeah, and well. It is 11:53. In about 5 minutes, we're gonna begin a little minutes to midnight. Actually, it'll be in about 6 minutes. We don't have any players with any passive bonuses.
Oh, and what was this one? The last one?
Oh, that one I was gonna use your round again. Pick a different number based on that if you want.
Oh, okay.
I get a passive bonus if I hit 20 on a D20 right now. Oh, gosh. Never mind.
Oh.
I killed the vibe.
You rolled a 1. It's alright. Roll it again.
I only roll deuces.
Here it is. Can I also take a knee? I never took a knee.
If you must.
Yeah,
Well,
can I
once
meditate
a day.
in the dream sphere?
18. Sure. You can attempt it. Yeah, well, everyone's sitting around just playing hits or misses.
Should've hit
Here,
mine.
of course, it's so much easier to meditate because you're already in a dream state. That is a winner. You happen to close your eyes and to concentrate just a little bit, and you can feel yourself sweeping away into the thought, into the stream of consciousness. It's almost like a raging current that you barely want to dip your toe in.
I would like to do my final meditation of the day. Where's my dice? Am I crazy?
A 4. So as for you, for everyone else, when a moment's passing between turns of hits or misses, 1 hit, 0 misses, and so, but for you, it feels like time stretches out and gets longer and longer as you have time to contemplate various things, and you've already decided that once you get to the ferry, that you're going to see what you can load onto ferries before taking off to Shimmerset Lake, right? And so the idea had already been considered, but if it's a river ferry, you may either have to get multiple ferries to try to transport it in pieces, or leave have to unfortunately try to leave some of it behind. You're not sure until you get there, but in your meditative state, you're just considering alternate possible features and things that could happen when you get there. If you're just tuning in, it's almost minutes to midnight here at StevieMillPlays. The characters are all asleep around a campfire up against a caravan, literally on the side of a road somewhere in the middle of the countryside. But in this dreamlike state, they're all able to do the night games and compete against each other for fabulous prizes. The name of the game we've been playing has been Hits and Misses.
Are you gonna ask something?
What a game.
Are you gonna ask something?
I was gonna ask what the rewards were, but I think we're still waiting on.
It's 1 hit, 0 misses.
1v1 Adderrock with D20s, you and me right now.
Settle it in the ring.
Oh, I thought we could use the big ones with the true.
The big
Yeah. The true. Yeah. 20! Look at that!
Oh, hey, yo.
Hits a 20 off the top.
Alright.
See, I had a good feeling.
Roll it again.
I think
You rolled an 11.
it moves the table when it hits.
3, 2, 1.
A
Got a
10 to a 2. Let's go.
That's a game.
Easily sweeps the D20 Edirog.
Keeps
You
me on
and
my
me.
toes.
D20. Edirog. Right now.
Alright, I'm down.
Wants a quick rematch.
Oh, I guess whoever initiates it gets a bonus.
Yeah.
0 hits, 1 miss.
Oh, wow. It really
That's
does give you a bonus. What the He
Sound
just
right
swept
here?
me. He
Well, so now
initiated
you
and swept
guys
me.
really have to do the best 2 out of 3, really.
sound
That's
right.
the only logical step.
Alright, well, I challenge you for the third one. No, I got the
I
look on my
challenged you
side.
back, so now we're even.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Barely,
That was
barely
really
gets an 8
close.
with a 7.
2, 1.
12 and a 6.
Oh, wow. Good job, bro.
Sweeps the 2 out of 3. Well, yeah, as soon as you get into midnight, I'll actually be able to give experience and stuff too.
I got some good.
Yeah, once you find the number you
I'm
want
down.
in the right spot, then you can switch the other ones to other numbers. to try
Oh,
to-
beat me that time.
Finally. Oh, I've got good. Yeah, I'm using this for minutes to midnight.
Oh,
I've got good energy with
It's gonna be
this.
your time. It's gonna be your time. Minutes to midnight is gonna start in less than a minute.
Ooh. I will stand up for that.
Is you-
15
this one
seconds.
right here.
Mhm.
0 hits, 1 miss.
10 seconds till minutes to midnight. Levi and
All right,
Nemo.
D20s.
Get your D20s ready.
Where's my? Okay.
It's on. Oh, my bad.
Good.
Don't
I
break
got
a
weapon
finger.
master
Don't break a
strike.
finger with them thick boys. I got a 1. Unreal.
20?
Hit
Nice.
the 20 automatically.
Sorry.
Oh,
Ooh,
right
my
up,
bad,
right
man.
up ring goo. Come on, I need a 20, need a 20, need a 20, need a 20.
20.
Yeah.
Hits a
Should
20.
be off a 20.
This is Spinaroo. Oh, come on. Dang, I can hardly even move the... Come on, come on, come on. Oh, no.
Oh, dang.
Oh, dang it.
No.
Sorry, shit.
Roll like so many twos.
It's midnight.
Yep.
Oh,
And Minutes of Midnight has concluded. How many players didn't get any 20s?
I just got that 20, so yeah, I got 0.
So only only the two of you got any 20s at all.
We got one.
You each got one. Nice. And so
I think we had ours warmed up.
So would you rather have an item or a mill roll?
Can I use this to roll for an item? That'd be kind of cool.
It would be on the spectrum of what kind of item it is, but sure. It's a 5.
I'll take it.
So I will give you a. You still something good because you did hit a 20. I will give you a set of golden dice.
Sick. Nice.
do you want me to do the same thing?
That's up to you. Do you want mill or would you rather have an item?
I'd rather have an item.
Do you want to roll a d20 on it?
Sure.
To contemplate the vast myriad scope of the universe and hit a 5 as well?
Oh, wow.
The mark calls out to me from across the realms.
5 times, 5 times, 5 times.
Damn.
So then I will give you I'll give you a 5 charm.
What?
Nice.
No
That's wild.
freaking
That way when you need it the most. Oh, that's 0 hits, 0 misses. None of those numbers are in it at all.
That was pretty
Me and
wild.
my still good. Remy, can I see your jewel?
Yes. So Minutes of Midnight has concluded. Everyone, I want to thank everyone who tuned in tonight to watch their intrepid adventure, to steal a caravan, to make their way across the plains and fending off a goblin attack. Then ventured forth into night games, had a good time. So when they awake, they're going to continue on to get to the river crossing, where they're going to take a ferry to get to the Shimmerset Lake, where the scholars await them. So we appreciate everyone for tuning in, and we will see you
Next time.